Hello, good evening, good day, everybody, and welcome back to the Ask Abhijit show. Today, we discuss anything that you want. I'll take questions from the super chat and we will discuss all topics. And before we do that, let us see who all is there with us present in this live stream. Who all is there in the live chat? I can see lots of people. Somi from Jaipur, hello. Mahita Busheti, hello. Isaac Newton, good morning. Brave Robot, hello. Chaitanya Manuja. Dheeraj Kamath, Random Skull, hello. Vikash PJ, Ayush Singh, Abhijit Chavda Light, Brave Robot once again, Meow, all right. Al Janib, Sri Ramachandraya Namaha, Har Har Mahadev, Animish Bharatiya Namaste, Vidhi Manyar, thank you, ma'am. VS Namaste, Real Painter Tsar. Tsar salutations. Tsar, indeed. Geopolitical Dubai is here from Indore. Always good to see you, sir. Advait Ashwini, Sanat MN, Ayush Singh once again, VS 2400, Abhinav Kapil, Evolu, Isaac Newton once again, Kedar Parab, hello. Sudhir Kumar, good evening. Injured soccer player, good to see you. I hope your injury is healing. Real Painter is here. Bonsoir, monsieur. Real Painter. Critical Thinker is also here with us. Who else do we have? Injured soccer player. Yes. We saw Nabanita Das. Good to see you. Who else? McLevin is here. Brave Robot. Vikas PJ. Abhinav Mishra is also here. Agni Varana is here from Kolkata. Gajapati Dev, hello. Red John, Daksh 1894. Pratik Vora, hello. Who else? McLevin is here. Shushrut is here from Sweden. Hedge. It's not hedge, it's hay. I know. Sagar Dadimani is also here. Vikas PJ. Rudra Golba, hello. Dragon 123 Slayer, hello. Mahita Busheti, Om Namah Shivaya, ma'am. Sagar Ghare, hello. Rishabh Dang. Guten evening, I suppose. Shreyas Dige is here from Pune. Abhi Chandel. Sagar Dadimani once again. Shubh 1405, Jai Shri Ram. Yes. Arka Prabhare. Happy Sunday to you. Nirvana Shanks, Konichiwa. I'm doing great. How are you doing? Manisha Cardoso, namaste. Good to see you, ma'am. And who else? Starfinger is here. Bush Runner is also here. Nirvana Shanks, yes. Ankita Kachap, good evening, ma'am. Animish Bharatiya, good to see you. Ritik 8722. Vashisht Gautami and Real Vladimir Putin, hello. And everyone else. Amit Pandey is here. Good to see you, sir. Amit Pandey ji. Anna Malai is also here. Namaste. Mountain Man is here. Thank you, sir. Mountain Man ji. Harsharidas. Harsharidas. Achintya Anand. Hello. Sunil. Ujwal. Gautami. And everyone else. Okay, I won't continue that too long, otherwise it'll go on forever. So let's get going with the questions. Kartikeya Pandeyji from LinkedIn, hello. So what questions do we have? Let's discuss all the topics that you would like me to talk about. Let's see, what's the first topic that we have? WBR says, is Trump good for India, considering his actions have damaged US arms lobby in India? Certain persons who appeared on your show was copying. Certain person who appeared on my show, somebody who appeared on my show was coping in his 12 May tweet saying Trump just gave every anti-American in India a whole load of ammunition. I'm wondering who is that person who came on my show who is coping in the 12th May tweet. I can think of a few people. Okay, whoever that was. I have had a lot of people on my show. I've done 100 podcast episodes thus far, and many people have come. So I'm not sure who that is. I may have some guesses, but okay. So is Trump good for India? Well, Trump, is he good for India, considering everything that he has done? The central, there's so much that we can discuss when it comes to Trump and vis-a-vis the US-India relationship, right? But think about what happened in May. We had the 3-day, 4-day war between India and Pakistan, Operation Sindoor. And Trump took Pakistan's side in that, right? He essentially came in India's way. He came and stopped India from continuing the military operation. He did that. He applied pressure on India. And we had to stop. Imagine if India had continued the airstrikes for another 24 hours. None of the Pakistani air bases would have survived. Not a single Pakistani aircraft would have been able to take off. And if it had continued for 48 hours, it's possible that parts of POK would have returned to India. So Trump stopped. He forced India to stop because the US is the most powerful nation in the world. If they apply pressure, we've got to respect the amount of power the US has. So we stopped. And ever since that happened, the US has become further and further pro-Pakistan. They are supplying F-16 spare parts. They may be replacing some F-16s that we destroyed. The Trump business empire is investing billions in Pakistan, in the oil and gas sector, in the cryptocurrency sector, in the rare earth minerals sector, right? And Trump has imposed massive tariffs on India, 50% tariffs. And he claims that it's because India imports Russian oil. Well, China imports way more Russian oil than India. And the sanction and the tariffs on China are way lower. The US imports uranium from Russia. Isn't the US supporting the Russian war effort? So it's just hypocrisy, utter hypocrisy. The objective is to contain India. The objective is to ensure that India doesn't grow, because they are worried that India may end up eventually in the next 20 or so years becoming the next China. So Trump is not good for India. Trump is terrible for India. He may be good for his nation. That's a different conversation, whether he is good or bad for his nation. But he is terrible for India. The US has never applied this much pressure on India since before 1971. So the India-US relationship is at its lowest point since the 1971 war between India and Pakistan, in which we created this nation of Bangladesh. Yeah, so Trump is terrible for India. That's the answer. Ritik Pawar says, do you think ISI, CIA could be responsible for the killing of a Bangladeshi student leader in order to blame India and intensify anti-India sentiment? Look, I can't speculate. Some Bangladeshi individual who was advocating that Bangladesh should invade India's Far East, India's Northeast, and do that sort of thing. Virulently anti-India individual. He apparently has lost his life in some kind of unnatural manner. And because of that, the US embassy in Bangladesh has put out a big tweet condoling the death of this person, and various European nations have also condoned, sent condolences to the people of Bangladesh for the death of this individual. Very strange. And it seems it's clearly part of a concerted effort, concerted plan to support these anti-India elements in Bangladesh. Now, whether so-and-so organization or so-and-so agency could be behind it, I can't say. I don't want to speculate. You don't ever speculate if you're a responsible person in the absence of any evidence. So I can't say. Of course, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that so-and-so agency, organization could potentially perhaps be behind it. There's always a non-zero probability of such things. But do we have any evidence about that supports that? No, we don't. So I would not want to speculate about it. Right? But it's true that the killing of this individual, it has definitely intensified to some extent the anti-India sentiment in Bangladesh, which was already being fueled by this new regime, the Mohammed Yunus regime that has been placed in power as a replacement for Sheikh Hasina's government, which was ousted in an undemocratic coup. So ever since that coup happened in Bangladesh, the entire orientation of Bangladesh as a nation has become more and more anti-India. And this incident will definitely intensify that to a certain extent for sure. So, yeah. Critical Thinker says, your 3-book reading wisdoms. Is self-help worth it? Book reading wisdoms. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do you mean how to read books? What's my approach towards reading books? First of all, I read whatever I find interesting, and I don't read what I find boring or uninteresting. If you ask me whether I have read Rumila Thapar, I haven't read any of her books. because I don't find her interesting as a person, as a historian, as an intellectual, as a writer. I don't find her interesting. She's a propagandist. She may be intelligent, whatever. So my point is, don't read what you don't find interesting. Read what you find interesting. Secondly, if you are reading a book and it's not giving you the value that you seek, then stop reading it. You don't have to read a book in its entirety. Read whatever you find interesting. Maybe you find chapter 7 interesting. Maybe that's the topic you find interesting. Then read that and look around in other parts of the book, whether it's something there's something that gives you value or something that evokes your interest. Otherwise, don't read the entire book. Thirdly, give yourself permission to forget. You don't have to remember everything you read. It's okay to forget 90% of what you read. But that, if you give yourself the permission to forget, then it will ensure that you will remember what is actually interesting from your perspective, what you find valuable from your perspective. And that is obviously what will enrich your life. Each individual is different. What I may find a certain amount of value in a specific book, you may find a different kind of value in that book, or maybe you may find no value at all. So let your curiosity and your interests lead you, and give yourself the permission to forget. You don't have to memorize everything. That way you will retain what is the most valuable to you. So that's what I would say. Is self-help worth it? Well, it depends. Once again, some books may be worth it. Some, a lot of these self-help books, they can be condensed down into a 5-page article. But because the author wants to write a book, they expand it and put all kinds of examples and stories and God knows what else in there, and that significantly dilutes the message. Now, when I was much younger, I did read a lot of self-help books, and I honestly am not sure what value I got out of those. So yeah, not from my perspective, I think self-help hasn't really helped me. But maybe other people may find something of value in there. So it depends on where you stand in life and what your objectives are and what value you seek in a book. Critical Thinker says, thoughts on Robert Greene's book, Why They're Controversial. Robert Greene has written multiple books. There's a book on war. There's a book on strategy, I think. There's a book on mastery. There's a book on seduction. I haven't read all the books. I'm sure I've read the book on war, probably the book on strategy as well. Pretty well-written books. And those books are about various principles. So each chapter is kind of a standalone thing. You can read one chapter in its entirety and you don't have to read the rest of the book, because one chapter will most likely give you a specific strategy, actionable strategy, etc. They're pretty good books. Yeah, Robert Greene has distilled centuries of wisdom into various principles. And I would say the books are definitely worth reading. Yeah, I haven't read all of them. I haven't read the book on seduction. I haven't read the book on. I'm sure there's a couple of books I haven't read, and I haven't read any of his books in one single sitting, in one single go, in like 3-day stretch or whatever. I've spaced it out over like months and years. Why the controversial? Because they deal with controversial topics. They deal with the book on strategy, the book on war, whichever it is. It's about pretty amoral topics. The strategies, the tactics that he speaks about, writes about, they are kind of amoral. You can use them for good purposes. You can use them for tremendously evil purposes if you wish to. So that's why there could be some controversy behind that. Okay. Kiyotaka Ayakonoji says, misinterpretation of Rigveda by Griffin about beef. I haven't read Griffin's translation. And the thing about all these Western translators is that they're going to insert their interpretations and their biases into their translations. No two Western translations of the Rig Veda will be exactly identical. They will differ. And they'll differ not only in the language, but also sometimes in the meaning, in the interpretation. So I am not sure about Griffin and what he has written about beef in the Rig Veda, but I can assure you that there is no section in the Rig Veda that says you should eat beef. Absolutely not. Okay, Agni Varana says, how tough engineering and medical terms taught using Sanskrit? I have no idea. I don't know. Could you teach engineering and medical topics in Sanskrit? You absolutely could. Will it be tough? Well, if you know Sanskrit, then it won't be tough. And Sanskrit essentially is all, for all of us, it's the original mother tongue. Whatever language you speak, if you are Indian, whatever language you speak, east, west, north, south, there is a tremendous amount of Sanskrit vocabulary that's embedded in our languages. Right? So Sanskrit is actually a very easy language to learn if you're Indian, but it takes a bit of time and a bit of effort. And most people are scared. They think Sanskrit is some super complicated, high, incredibly intellectual language. It's a language that people used to speak in daily life a few thousand years ago. And if your ancestors could speak it, you can also speak it. And I suspect that, engineering terms and medical terms, they could actually be way more precise in Sanskrit. But nobody's attempted to do this. Nobody has attempted to write an engineering book in Sanskrit. It would be really interesting if somebody did that. I expect that it'll be way more precise than in the English language. Aniket says, scholars say that the Sonali chariot is not a horse chariot because apparently the wheels are too heavy. Are they right? How do we know the wheels are too heavy? I see. I know that a lot of these so-called scholars, they call it a cart, a bullock cart or something. And the thing is, if you look at the construction, the design of the Sonali chariot, you will see that the chassis and other parts of the superstructure, so to say, of the chariot are made of copper tubes. Now, have you ever seen a bullock cart whose superstructure, whose chassis is made of copper tubes? You won't see that. But what is it in today's world that is made of metal tubes? Formula One cars. So the engineering principles that are used in Formula One cars and race cars were used in this object that has been discovered in Sonali. Now, if you wanted to make a bullock cart, you would make it out of wood mostly, right? You would need very little metal, maybe the axle, maybe a little bit of metallic elements, but the chassis, the superstructure, you could make it out of wood. Why make it out of copper? Copper is way more expensive than wood. You have to go and dig up the ore. You have to process the ore. You have to smelt the metal. You have to purify it. It's an expensive process. Why make a bullock cart out of copper? The superstructure out of copper. Why tubes? Why not just rods? Because tubes can be shaped into specific shapes. Rods typically have right angles, etc. So the design principles that are used in Formula One cars were used in this object, and still people want to call it a bullock cart. And they are making all kinds of excuses. Maybe the wheels are too heavy, maybe something else, blah, 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 blah. There's no evidence it is a chariot, maybe it's a cart. So it's the same kind of agenda that people like Romila Thapar, etc. have. They want to misinterpret everything and they want to deny any engineering talent or whatever. It's all, it's all mundane objects. There's nothing special about this. That's what they want to say. So let's disregard these scholars and let us not waste our mind space by thinking about what these idiots and these propagandists are peddling. Aniket, who makes the world his home, says, a lady crafted on a silver dish, which is from the 1st century, AD BC? 1st century, found in Lampsakus, Turkey, which is claimed as the oldest evidence of Bharat Mata. Is it true? I don't know. Let's see. Let's find out. Let's try and search this on Google. Lampsakus. What is Lampsakus? Okay, it's a Greek city. What's a Greek city doing in Turkey? What is a Greek city doing in Turkey? Turkey was Greece. Okay, silver dish. What is that? Ancient Greek artist engraves Bharat Mata. Let us see. Let us see. What's the image like? Well. That is fascinating. Byzantine silver plate. Personification of India, 6th, 7th century Mlampsakos Chanakale. Very interesting. Lampsakos treasure x.com. Is it the personification of India? Is it the personification of Bharat Mata? And I have another tweet over here. Let's see. This is a tweet from Istanbul, Turkey on the 17th of January 2022. The account is called The Byzantine Legacy. Byzantine silver plate with the personification of India, question mark. 6th, 7th century, Lamsakos, Lamseki, Cherakale. Oh, it's in the Gallipoli region. Okay. At Istanbul Archaeological Museum. Photos taken today. Let's see. Good God. Okay. Very interesting. Very interesting. The lady seems to be wearing something that looks like a sari. That's the kind of dress she is wearing. She's wearing sandals. She's got multiple animals around her. She's wearing some kind of a crown. She's holding a bow in her left hand. And we have what looks like attendants who seem to be one with a tiger, one with a leopard. And there's a dog on the right. There's a parrot on the left. There's a partridge kind of bird on the right hand side. Really interesting. And this account, the Byzantine Legacy, which is definitely not an Indian account, is wondering whether this is the personification of India. Now let us see what my friend Sandeep Balakrishnan has to write about this. The Dharma Dispatch is his publication. He is one of our great scholars. Sandeep Balakrishnan. An ancient Greek artist engraves Bharat Mata on a silver dish in Lamsakos. A thrilling story narrating the little known history of how a Greek artist of the 2nd century CE, AD, whatever, had engraved an image of Bharat Mata on a silver dish in Lamsakos, Turkey. In 1847, a bunch of farmers digging in a village near Lamseki accidentally unearthed a hoard of treasure that proved invaluable to archaeology. The finding opened several fresh vistas in the reconstruction of the history of the ancient world, especially that of the Byzantine period. It's variously known as the Lamsakos hoard or Lamsakos treasure. It's split across the British Museum, the Louvre, and the Istanbul Archaeological Museum. Okay. Lamseki is a forgotten town in the Çanakkale province. Let's pause this. Çanakkale, that's Gallipoli region. But in the ancient world, it was a flourishing Greek colony, etc. Okay. For centuries, wonderful. Lamsakos was the Tirth Kshetra of Priapus, the Greek god of vegetables. Priapus. Okay, I should not tell you why I'm laughing. Okay. Next. Lamsakos was also fabled for its silverware, and so on. And so. One of the objects in this discovery was a large silver dish, a plate depicting Bharat Mata as visualized by a Greek artist who engraved it on the plate in the 1st or 2nd century CE. It is in Istanbul now. Here's what it looks like. It was, the Titanic scholar Sri Vasudeva Sharan Agarwal, who identified it as Bharat Mata in 1943. And so on. It's a long article, so we will not read the entire thing, but it's spectacular. It's definitely really interesting. I was not aware of this artifact. So, Aniket, thank you for bringing this to my attention. I certainly will look deeper into this. I shall read the entire article, do my own research in my own way. And yeah, this is really interesting. This is something that definitely merits more attention. So thank you for bringing this to all of our attention, to all of us, just not just me, but also the viewers who are watching and will watch later. Thank you so much. I will check it out in more detail later on. UMXG lol haha says, were the Vikings superior than medieval Europeans? So when we talk about superior, let's say we are talking about the superiority of two phones. How do we determine which phone is superior? For example, do we talk about what kind of processor the two phones processors the two phones have, what's the speed of each processor, how much RAM each phone has, what kind of architecture, microprocessor architecture each phone has, what kind of operating system it has, overall what's the kind of performance, under, when it's consuming more computing power, does it get heated up? So we have different kinds of metrics that we use to determine which of the phones is superior. Now, when we're talking about cultures, Viking culture versus, let's say, the other rest of Europe, if we want to determine which culture or which race, let's say, is superior, we need to determine what are we talking about. What is our definition of superiority? Are we talking about military excellence? Are we talking about wealth? Are we talking about depth and richness of culture? What are we talking about? So if you'd ask me if the Vikings were militarily superior to the medieval Europeans between so-and-so century to so-and-so century, then I would have been able to give you a definitive answer, yes or no. But when you say superior, I'm not sure what do you mean by superior. You mean they were bigger, taller, stronger, more muscular? Is that what you mean? Do you mean the kind of wealth they had, the kind of military technology they had, overall, how good they were from a military perspective? If you're talking about just military perspective, then from the 8th century, 7th or 8th century AD to the, let's say, 11th century, middle of the 11th century, the Vikings ruled Western Europe. They had overrun multiple times what is now the UK. Eventually, they even settled in northwestern France. They were militarily way superior to the Europeans who lived in these regions. They even served as mercenaries in the Byzantine Empire, and they eventually founded, to some extent, Russia. So yeah, from a military perspective, they were definitely superior in northern and western Europe. UMXG Lol Haha says, why does Spain's golden age start when Jews leave Spain? Look, it's not like that actually. Spain's golden age started when they started plundering the Americas. That's where their golden age started. Okay? But since you are talking about the expulsion of the Sephardic Jews, that's something that happened in the aftermath of the Reconquista. The Reconquista was a long process of the expulsion of the Moors from Spain. The Moors were North African Muslims who were ruling Spain, who ruled Spain for a few centuries. And Spain eventually, after several centuries of fighting the Moors, eventually in 1492 or 1498, 1492, I think. It's in 1492 that the Spaniards finally completely expelled the Moors from Spain. And that is the year that Christopher Columbus discovered the Americas, when he was actually looking for India. So that's where the golden age starts. It has nothing to do with the expulsion of Jews. It has everything to do with the expulsion of the Moors who were occupying Spain for several centuries. And also it has a lot to do with the Columbus discovering, let's say, America, and then the Spaniards plundering so much wealth and gold from the Americas. And of course, at the end of the Reconquista, the Spaniards decided to also expel the Jews, the Sephardic Jews. So it all happened essentially around the same time. But the golden age was an age of plunder. When you steal so much wealth from helpless, hapless people, your golden age will happen, right? That's how it goes. So let's not conflate multiple things that may not be correlated. UMXG lol haha says, Singapore fixed corruption. Why can't the Modi government do it? Okay. See, we have to understand that Singapore is a city-state. It's one city. Okay? And if you want to reform one city, it's super easy to do. I'm not saying it's super easy. It's still a Herculean task. But it's way easier to reform one city as opposed to reforming a subcontinent-sized nation. Okay? So it's you can make it sound extremely simplistic. Singapore could do it. Why can't we do it? The Chinese the Chinese under Deng Xiaoping used to send officials to Singapore to study the kind of reforms Singapore had had implemented over the preceding 2-3 decades. And the Singaporean government was very happy to explain to the Chinese how they did things. And the Chinese wanted to learn from the Singaporeans and implement those measures and those reforms and policies in China. And Deng Xiaoping used to say, I think he said to Lee Kuan Yew, he said that I wish, Deng Xiaoping said to Lee Kuan Yew, I wish that I had a city to reform. Then I would just implement what you did and it'll work out fine. If I had to do this just in Shanghai, let's say, I would be as successful as you. But I have this vast nation to reform. And implementing your policies is going to be way different when applied to China as opposed to applying that in a city state. So, it's very easy to just make a comparison. Singapore versus India, both are sovereign nations technically. Singapore technically is a sovereign nation, but it's like comparing a union territory like Diu or Daman with Uttar Pradesh. You can't compare the two. So please understand, it's vastly different. I'm not saying that corruption should not be fixed. I am a vocal critic of corruption. I have said multiple times that corruption is one of the major issues that is holding India back. Something needs to be done, no question about it, about the alleged corruption that allegedly exists in, various aspects of the country. UMXG lol haha says, 5 minutes after birth, they decide your name, religion, nationality, and sect, and you spend the rest of your life defending what you did not choose. Arthur Schopenhauer thoughts. It is what it is. Such is life. Such is life. What are my thoughts? My thoughts is that these are the realities of life. If you want to do something about it, if you want to choose a different name, a different religion, different nationality, different sect, it's your choice. But most people don't do that. The point is, there is a lot in our lives that we can't control. A lot that has to do with our life has been pre-decided before we even became properly conscious. You can't change your ethnicity. You can't change the color of your skin, the color of your eyes, the color of your hair. You can't change your genetics. There's a lot you can't change. All of that was determined by your ancestors, whose names you don't even remember or know. Right? So a lot in our lives is determined by factors beyond our control. My thoughts are that stop crying about it. You can't keep crying about, I wish this had happened, I wish that had happened, I wish I wasn't born here, I wish I had a different color of skin, I wish I had a different religion, whatever, I had a different name. Forget about all those things. You are given a certain amount of time in this life. You don't know how much time you have. What you can do is make the best use of the time that you have. And decide what you want to do. You want to change your name? Change your name. If you want to change your religion, change it. You want to bleach your skin? It's like some people do it. It's your choice. No one's going to stop you. But there's no point crying about things that, we can't control. Those are my thoughts in brief. Interesting thought, though. Parthenon says, China, India, Russia can't replace US as the global hegemonic superpower. As of today, neither China nor Russia nor India can replace the US. Even if you combine the hard power of China plus Russia plus India, we still, three of us combined, cannot replace the US as a global hegemonic superpower. That is the current situation. I do not disagree with you at all. You are absolutely correct. But how will the future proceed? How will the world evolve? How will the global balance of power evolve? It will be determined by the actions that the nations, which is the leadership of each nation, takes in the next 20-30 years. By 2050, you may have a different balance of power. By 2075, the whole world order may have changed. It's possible. So a lot will be determined by what happens in the next 20 years. But as of today, none of these three nations, even the three of them combined, cannot replace the US as the hegemonic superpower. UMXG Lol Haha says, thoughts on the lynching of a Hindu man by individuals in Bangladesh. Absolutely abominable, absolutely condemnable, absolutely horrific. I would say shame on the government of Bangladesh, shame on the police of Bangladesh, shame on the people of Bangladesh that they are doing this to their own citizens because of their religion, because they are Hindus. And this is happening because the new government in Bangladesh, the Mohammed Yunus regime, is anti-Hindu and anti-India. And they are emboldened by the fact that they have a superpower standing behind them. Right? So there is this policy right now that the US has of containing India using proxies such as the terrorist regime of Pakistan and this wannabe new Pakistan, East Pakistan, Bangladesh, and other factors as well. So that's why all of this is happening. And it's absolutely horrible, condemnable. And those who are behind this, those who are responsible for this, need to be brought to justice. That's what I would say. UMXG Lol Haha says, review and thoughts on Dhurandhar. So I watched Dhurandhar. What are my thoughts on the movie? Great movie. It's like a 3.5 hour long movie. And I did not find the movie dragging at all. The 3.5 hours was actually enjoyable. Typically, when you have a movie that's that long, you may get bored at some point in time, but it wasn't boring, right? Second thing, there are many of these chase sequences, car chases and all. So in a lot of these fantastic Bollywood action movies where you have car chases and all, you will find that there is no continuity between one scene and the next. In one scene, three cars are racing down a highway. Next scene, when you cut to the next scene, they are going on a different road. Next scene, it was not three, it was 3 cars. Now it's 5 cars. Where did the 5 cars come from? In the next scene, in the previous scene, the cars are going in this direction. Next scene, they're going in that direction. There is no continuity. There is no causal chain between these different scenes, right? So in Dhurandhar, that is not the case. See, a chase scene, a chase sequence is supposed to draw you in, pull you in. It's supposed to be gripping. But in so many of these stupid Bollywood movies, you have to use suspension of disbelief to just keep watching. And that's not the case with Dhurandhar. That's great. The performances are fantastic, of course. Very mature performances. Akshay Khanna is obviously fantastic. Even Ranveer Singh is excellent. I kind of found that love angle kind of tedious a little bit. There are certain portions of that need a little bit of suspension of disbelief. So that's just minor criticism. Some more minor criticism is that there's this scene in which there's a big crowd and they are firing weapons into the sky, and you can see the muzzle flashes, but the sound doesn't match with the muzzle flashes. The bangs, the gunfire reports don't line up audio visually with the muzzle flashes at times. There are some minor quibbles, but overall it's a fantastic movie. It doesn't follow a 3-act structure, which is interesting. In case you know about writing, fiction writing, etc., typically a movie, a book, it follows a 3-act structure. In the first act, you introduce the world, so you do some world building, you introduce the main character, the main antagonists, and you introduce the problem that has to be solved by the main character. In the second act, the problems pile up, and it becomes really difficult for the main character to achieve what they want to achieve. And in the final act, third act, there is a resolution at the end, the climax. That's a 3-act structure typically in fiction, whether it's movies or books. But in this movie, you have chapterization, and it's based on real events, and the names of characters have been slightly changed, but you know exactly who they represent in the real world. That's great. So it's kind of a fictional documentary based on real world incidents, and it's kind of a groundbreak. See, if you want to break new ground in cinema, if you want to break new ground in cinema, you have to do what previous filmmakers have either been scared to do or they have chosen not to do. You have to do something new that has not been done before. That's how you break new ground in cinema or any field. So in this movie has broken new ground. They have shown the truth about Pakistan. They have shown the truth about the Pakistani terrorism aimed at India. It's by no means an anti-Islam, anti-Muslim movie. It just shows the truth about how religion in Pakistan is used in conjunction with the anti-India terrorism. It also shows the complexity when it comes to Balochistan. See, we in India have this black and white vision of Balochistan. Balochistan is a victim of Pakistan, but the movie shows that a lot of Balochis are involved in terrorist activities against India. Right? It also shows in one scene that the Balochis are being oppressed by the ISI, by the Pakistani regime, etc. So it shows complexity. The world is complicated, it's messy. But Indian cinema has typically treated the audience as children, black and white, like that. So there is no spoon feeding. There's a little bit of spoon feeding when the Hamza character opens his diary or notebook and does this invisible ink thing and writes down names of people and then crosses a name out. That's kind of spoon feeding. That's kind of if you want to treat your audience as grown-ups and intelligent people, you don't need that. You don't need the love angle. So I have some small minor criticisms, but overall a great movie. A movie that definitely breaks new ground in the perspective of Indian cinema. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I would definitely recommend everybody watches it. It's definitely a groundbreaking movie in the context of Indian cinema. And I suppose even non-Indians would enjoy watching it. Yeah. Even though it's a 3.5 hour long movie. So overall, if I had to give it a rating out of 10, I would give it a 9. There is always room for improvement. I would actually give it maybe 7.5, but because it is such a groundbreaking movie for India, because it has shown the truth about Pakistan, it has not been afraid to do what other filmmakers have been afraid to do. Because of all the things, instead of 7.5, I will give it a 9. And I hope that the next chapter, which comes out next year, is going to be even better. So overall, I really enjoyed it. I would like to congratulate, what's his name? His name is Ashish Dhar, right? The director, the maker of the movie, tremendous job, outstanding job. I am a big connoisseur of films. I know what is good cinema. This is not just good, but great cinema. Really enjoyable. So yeah, overall, that's my review of the movie. UMXG lol haha says, why is the quality of life in Indian cities so bad, worse than Southeast Asia? Look, one word, okay, not 2 words. We start with alleged. That's the first word. Second word is corruption. So alleged corruption. Alleged corruption. I'm sure there are certain Indian cities where there is none of that, and there must be some Indian cities where you have tremendous, terrific quality of life. There are certain Indian cities where the quality of life is way better than certain very large cities. But the root cause of most of the problems in India is the alleged corruption. All right. Al Janib says, how to reconcile nothing. How to reconcile nothing. Big Bang singularity, you're saying. Nothing, which is the Big Bang singularity, created something valid within confined reality. Example, the first law of thermodynamics in a local universe and relativity inside the space-time fabric. Say the Big Bang singularity was not nothing. We don't know if it was actually a singularity or whether it was a very small something. According to LQG, loop quantum gravity, it was not an actual singularity. It had a finite volume, 10 raised to minus 97 meters, cubic meters, that sort of thing. if I'm not mistaken, if I recall correctly. Um, so the entire mass energy of the universe was confined in that very tiny volume. So that's not nothing. That's a lot of stuff in a very small volume. That's an incredibly mind-boggling density of matter energy. And if it was a singularity, and maybe loop quantum gravity isn't the correct theory, we don't know if it is, right? So if it was actually a singularity, then you still had something. A singularity is not nothing. A singularity is an infinity. An infinity is a lot of stuff, right? So first of all, that. And secondly, so how did it create something valid within confined realities? The first law of thermodynamics. So the first law of thermodynamics is, what does it say? It says that it's the law of law of conservation of energy. Energy cannot be created. Energy cannot be destroyed. Energy can simply be transformed from one form, converted from one form into another form. That's the first law of thermodynamics, made well as simple as possible. So yeah, that's what we observe in the universe, right? So first of all, we have to understand that even if the Big Bang, the start time t equal to zero state of the universe was a singularity, even then that singularity was not nothing. It was everything confined into, well, a one-dimensional point essentially. See, we can't really physically define the singularity. The best we know, see, how did we come up with the Big Bang theory? We observe the universe, we see all this, we collect all the data, we see that the universe is cold, it's getting colder, it's expanding, space-time is expanding, and everything is getting further and further away. So all you have to do is to run the clock backwards, and then you see that in the past everything would have been much closer together, and the universe would have been much smaller and denser. And the logical conclusion is that at time t equal to zero, you had something similar to either a singularity or a very, 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 very small universe. So we don't quite know. See, the physics of the very early universe is not well understood at all. We are not quite sure how the universe was and what the physics was like before inflation. So, so it's very speculative. The physics of the very early universe is very, very poorly understood, and that's an issue. That's a great issue to have. So that's the point. So the question that you're asking, it assumes that there was nothing in the beginning, which is not the case. All right. UMXG lol haha says, thoughts on the book Which of Us Are Aryans by the renowned, respected, magnificent Madame Romila Thapar. Many Indians trust her because of her educational background. So I haven't read the respected, magnificent Madame Romila Thaparji's great book, Which of Us Are Aryans. I haven't read the book, but I am aware of her magnificent work. I'm aware of her magnificent work. Let me give you an example of Madame Romila Thapar's magnificent work. Okay, let us go to Google. Let me give you an example of the magnificence of Romila ji's work. Okay, so Bodhayana Shrota Sutra. What is the Bodhayana Shrota Sutra? So let's go to what Wikipedia has to say about this. As always, Wikipedia is not a reliable source of information necessarily, especially when it comes to Indian history. Now, the Bodhayana Shrota Sutra is a late Vedic text within the whatever. Okay, it's Krishna Yajurveda that was composed in eastern Uttar Pradesh during the late Brahmana period. What is the late Brahmana period? What is this nonsense that Wikipedia vomits out at us? Anyhow, the Bodhayana Shrota Sutra it's a late Vedic text now, and it's about what's it say? What's it say? Translation controversy. Okay, so according to Michael Witzel, this fascinating gentleman, it points to Indo-Aryan migrations. Migrations. His translation says blah blah blah. It says that Ayu, it was Amavasu, right? Not Ayu, Amavasu. They have changed it. See, Wikipedia, anybody can change. So Amavasu went eastwards. That's how we translated. His people are the Kuru, Panchal, and Kashi Videha. This is the migration, blah blah blah. And they have changed this article. Let's see the history, and let's go back to an earlier time when. Okay. So let's go to the maybe 2017 version of the article. Okay, so what does it say? So even here it says that. Okay, so historians based on Witzel's article, Romila Thapar stated that this passage contained literary evidence for Aryan migration and so on. And the problem with this translation is that the text actually speaks of a westward migration, okay, not an eastward migration. So the point is that Romila Thapar has tried to misinterpret the text, mistranslate the text. She has supported Michael Witzel in his distortion of the text. And this is something that Romila Thaparji, the magnificent historian, is known to do. She is part of the colonial school of Indian history, the Eurocentric colonial Hindu-phobic school of Indian history. That's what she's part of. So you see, my problem is that I have self-respect. Now, what do I mean by I have self-respect? It means that I respect my time. That's one example of self-respect. I respect my time. I am acutely aware that each individual, all of us, each of us has a limited amount of time in this world. And I want to maximize the value I get out of my time and the value I create from my time. So how do I maximize the value I get from the time that I have? By reading good stuff, by not wasting my time reading garbage. And which is why I have not, sadly, regrettably, read any of Madame Romila Thaparji's magnificent works. I haven't. I have read some of her articles, research papers, as part of my research that I did when I wrote before I wrote my article on the Aryan invasion myth in 2016, 2017, whenever it was. I did read some of her work at the time, but I haven't read this book. So I don't have any thoughts on the book, but I have very clear thoughts about the magnificence of Romila Thaparji. She is part of the magnificent colonial, Eurocentric, Hindu-phobic literary historical school of historical analysis. And that's why I haven't bothered to read her books. But I have seen excerpts of her books. See, before I move on to the next question, I have strong opinions about historians whose works I haven't read properly, right? Why is it so? Because I'm aware of the pattern, of the patterns. And I have read excerpts of what they've written. And that, if you read the correct excerpts, the right focused excerpts, then you don't have to read the entire book. One paragraph will give you a great idea if you focus on the right paragraph. For example, in the past, when it comes to our greatest and most magnificent Prime Minister, Sri Jawaharlal Nehru ji, I haven't read his fascinating book, The Discovery of India. And I have probably offered some criticisms of the book. Now, I have seen some comments on this channel saying that if you haven't read the book, then how can you criticize it and say it's garbage? It's because I know some of the stuff that's written there. I have read excerpts, I have read passages. Sometimes one sentence or one paragraph gives you all the context you need. Okay? So you don't have to read an entire book before you have to form an opinion on the book. Sometimes one page is enough to tell you exactly what the book is about. Sometimes just a paragraph is enough to tell you exactly what the book is about. Let me show you an example. Okay? Okay. Jawaharlal Nehru, Discovery of India, South Indian temples. What did he say? Check this out. BJP claims. No. It's not BJP claims. Where's the excerpt? Where's the excerpt? I can show you an excerpt. Where is the excerpt? Is this a speech from Mr. Nehru? So this is an example. Some of the temples of the south, however, repel me in spite of their beauty. I just can't stand them. Why? I don't know. I can't explain that, but they are oppressive. They suppress my spirit. They do not allow me to rise. They keep me down. Their dark corridors are like the sun and air, not dark corridors, and so on. So once you once you read some of the excerpts from a book or and so on, you get a good idea of what the person is all about. Then there's no need to read further, right? So yeah, Struggler says, what should India actually do about Bangladesh? Why didn't we vassalize it? Well, why didn't we do, first of all, after 1971, we should have simply reincorporated Bangladesh back into India. We had conquered Bangladesh. We had liberated Bangladesh from the parasitical West Pakistanis who had been conducting a genocide while the rest of the world, including the superpower United States, averted their eyes. Right? So we liberated Bangladesh from the parasitical genocidal West Pakistanis. Our armed forces were all across Bangladesh. We had taken Dhaka, we had taken the rest of the country. Why didn't we simply reincorporate that country back into India? From 1947 to 1971, how many years is that? It's what? 27 years. 24 years. It's 24 years. It had been out of India for only 24 years. Why didn't we simply reincorporate it back into India? Huge, huge mistake. Then there would not have been the kind of radicalization that's happened over the years, over the decades, and which has brought us to the current situation in Bangladesh. That would not have happened. So why didn't we do it? I can't answer the question. Only the leadership of the time can answer the question, and that leadership is no longer with us. So I can't say. What should we do about Bangladesh? Well, that's a great question. What should we do about Bangladesh? Right now, there's not much we can do because Bangladesh is supported by the United States, just like Pakistan is. If we take any military action against Bangladesh, the world will label us as a warmongering country and hit us with all kinds of sanctions. So that is what they actually want us to do, to take military action so that they can sanction the hell out of India and destroy India's and crush India's economy. Right now, what India will have to do is what India needs to do right now, will have to do right now, is simply ensure that the borders are secure and the armed forces are vigilant so that there's no more infiltration or terrorist activity that comes out of Bangladesh, and just ignore Bangladesh. They'll keep on poking and prodding us and keep on issuing inflammatory statements, etc. about us. Just keep our calm, ignore it, and rise. India needs to grow economically and militarily. The next 20 years, we just need to ignore all these barking dogs, etc. I don't mean to be derogatory to the people of Bangladesh. I mean the current Bangladeshi regime. Okay, there are many great people in Bangladesh. There are many people in Bangladesh who are great friends of India. I'm not saying all Bangladeshis are anti-India. Many of them are not. But the current Bangladeshi dictatorial regime is virulently anti-India. That's why I say that Bangladesh has become East Pakistan again. So what we need to do is ensure border security, ensure there's no more illegal infiltration out of Bangladesh, repatriate and deport all the illegal Bangladeshi infiltrators who are in India, each and every one of them, every last one of them, and then seal the borders for the next 20 years. And India needs to grow economically and militarily. Once we are a $10-15 trillion economy, none of these nations and none of these matters will be much of an issue for us. And then we will be able to, take actions that would be suitable for those times. That's what we need to do. VS, namaste ji, namaste. Good to see you and thank you so much. UMXG lol haha says, why do coins have ridges around the edges in Europe? Now, okay. Now you are giving, you had asked this question yesterday about why do coins have ridges, and I gave you many examples of coins that don't have ridges. If you look at ancient Indian numismatics, coins don't have ridges. But in Europe, coins apparently have ridges. Why is that? Well, it is possibly because, see, coins historically in the past used to be made of precious metals, silver, gold, etc. And there were some unscrupulous people, citizens of various nations, kingdoms, etc., who would clip the coins. So if you have a coin of this size, they will clip a small amount of the gold out, and they will accumulate the gold clippings. And if you clip enough coins, you can acquire a substantial amount of gold over time, slowly, slowly, slowly. Sometimes they would clip substantial amounts of out of coins. So uh, that's why ridges were introduced on coins, so that if and essentially it would be that anybody who gave you a coin with a clip which had a clipping mark and the ridges were damaged, then you could hold the person liable for theft. Uh, that was the idea, and that's why ridges were introduced around coins. UMXG lol haha says Rabbi Mizachi, a renowned rabbi, says go/ims are not acceptable and don't deserve to live. I have no idea, sir. I have no idea. Yep. Vidhi Manyar says, what is likely to come for Bharat in a few months now? What's likely to come for Bharat in a few months? Let's talk about 2026. What's likely to come? More pressure from the US, more economic pressure. Maybe the tariffs will continue, maybe heavier tariffs. More provocations from East as well as West Pakistan. Possibly pressure from China. So it's not going to be an easy time the next 5 years for Bharat. I expect a war with Pakistan in the next couple of years. And the earlier it happens for India, the better it is, perhaps. So it's going to be a tough time for us the next 5 years. And the next 20 years also. It's possible that you may have another conflict with Pakistan in the next few months. It's possible. We're going to have to be very careful about China also, because they are increasing their force posture north of the Indo-Tibet border. So yeah, we're going to have to be very alert, and it's going to be a difficult time ahead for India. But that's how you achieve what you have to achieve. Life is not all flowers; it's sometimes guns as well as roses. Okay, James, my friend James says the great Western world researches with proofs. Brahmi is from Semitic. Who is a small YouTuber to say that it isn't? We research with knowledge, not garbage. Right. So, Wikipedia. What does Wikipedia have to say about the Brahmi script? The Brahmi is a script. It's not a language, FYI, for everyone. Brahmi script. The Brahmi script. It's a writing system from ancient India. Okay. What does the AI, Google AI, say about the origin? Brahmi script origin is debated, pointing to either an indigenous evolution from the Indus script or a foreign derivation, often linked to Semitic scripts like Aramaic and Phoenician, potentially introduced during the Achaemenid Persian period. Yeah. So the Google. So this is an AI overview by the Google AI, most likely Gemini, if I'm not mistaken. And historically, if you look at older textbooks, even current textbooks written by foreigners or Indians, they will say that the Brahmi script was derived from either Aramaic or Phoenician. And Aramaic and Phoenician are derived from Egyptian hieroglyphics. So that's the mainstream view even today. But if you see the older versions of the Brahmi script, they can see more and more similarities with the Saraswati Sindhu script. So actually, if you have half a brain, you can see how the Brahmi symbols, the symbols of the Brahmi script, they evolved from the older Saraswati Sindhu script, which is also called the Indus script or the Harappan script. So that's what actually has happened. But if you are a person who is awed by authority and eminence and not by logic, so there are various kinds of people in the world. The more intelligent ones, like the ones who watch this channel, they will understand that you have to look at the world from a logical perspective. Even if a great eminent person says something, you still have to examine the logic skeptically. You have to be skeptical about all claims, and you have to validate all claims based on logic and first principles, no matter where the claim came from, even if it came from, let's say, a Nobel Prize winner. Okay. For example, Albert Einstein was of the opinion that black holes simply cannot form. He even published a paper saying that black holes simply cannot form. Black holes can't exist. He published a paper claiming black holes cannot exist, despite his own equations demonstrating that a black hole will form under specific circumstances. Carl Schwarzschild was the first person to solve Einstein's field equations, and something frightening was embedded in the solution. And Einstein he didn't like it. It made him very uncomfortable. And the same year that Einstein published this paper saying that black holes can never form, Oppenheimer and Snyder published a paper showing black holes will form. But the world took note of Einstein's paper, and Oppenheimer, who was still not famous, his paper got buried. Oppenheimer and Snyder. So the world tends to be overawed by authority and eminence. So most Indians are even more like that, because the education system conditions us to just worship authority and bow down to authority. And if somebody eminent says something, that has to be the gospel truth. But if you are capable of critical thinking, you will know that every claim has to be examined logically and from first principles. And if you examine the question of the origin of the Brahmi script from the perspective of logic and first principles, it makes no sense to claim that it has come out of, it has descended from either Aramaic or Phoenician. Makes no sense. You can see clear one-to-one correspondence between Brahmi characters and Saraswati Sindhu script characters. And you can see actually how the characters evolved. So I'm glad that James has brought this topic up for discussion. I really appreciate you, James, as always. Thank you very much. VSVS says, question by Isaac Newton. Sir Isaac, good to have you. China has developed an ASML machine, which is a massive feat. Well, it's under development. It's not a fait accompli. It's not done. It's not the final product yet. They are trying to develop such a machine, a photolithography machine. And which company is the preeminent manufacturer of photolithography machines? It's ASML, the Dutch company. What is a photolithography machine? Ultraviolet, it uses ultraviolet rays. It is a machine, and a photolithography machine is a machine that manufactures manufactures chips. So you have a silicon wafer, but you want to create a microchip based on the silicon wafer, and a microchip is incredibly dense. It's like the most basic components of microchips are smaller than viruses. There's a tremendous amount of circuitry, let's say, that's embedded in a tiny microchip. How do you do that? You do that using photolithography machines. So if you want to become a world-class semiconductor manufacturer, chip manufacturer, you need a machine like that. You need photolithography machines with the kind of sophistication that ASML has. And China is trying to do that. They have, ASML, they employed Chinese origin engineers. And the Chinese have, let's say, acquired those engineers, some of them, and they are helping China develop such a machine. So that's where China is. China is trying to catch up in everything. They're trying to catch up with the West in every single technology. They want to be completely self-sufficient in everything. There are Chinese companies that are trying to develop reusable rocket technology, self-landing boosters, the kind of boosters that SpaceX has, and they are making decent progress in that. What about ISRO? Absolutely nothing. So where is India when it comes to photolithography machines? Is India too far ahead, or will India start to accelerate as cities like Dholera, Queen City, and Gift City start to grow? I hope so. I am not sure what is the status when it comes to photolithography technology in India? Is India trying to develop such technology? I am not quite sure where we stand right now, and it doesn't look like. Look, we are making decent progress in this field. Um, Recently, some new chip was developed indigenously, so we are making decent progress. But if you want to be at the world class level, the cutting edge of technology, if you want to be a major participant and major player in the AI race, for which you need very powerful chips, well, in that case, we will have to try and develop our own photolithography machines. And I'm not sure where we stand in that. That's my honest answer right now. Ajay Sharma says, I'm 25 with a German passport, Serbian via wife. Okay, your wife is Serbian. OCI, okay, or overseas citizen of India. Okay, so full West-East mobility and a system to fund above average Western European life by the mid 30s. With blocks and CBDC's best hedge, nomad or one country roots. Let me just check out what is a CBDC. I obviously have heard of the term, but I can't remember what that is. CBDC. What's a CBDC? Okay, central bank digital currency. Okay. Okay. So you're 25, you have a German passport, you are Serbian via the wife, you have OCI card, so full East-West mobility. You have a system to fund above average Western European life at the mid 30s. Okay, so you're kind of set in life. That's great. That's great. Congratulations. Now, with blocks and central bank digital currencies, what's the best hedge, nomad or one country roots? Look, I would say that you need to have ideally as many options as possible. I mean, ideally, look, ideally, you want to have a home in each continent, let's say. You want to have a home in Australia, you want to have one in the EU region, maybe a couple of homes in the EU region, one in North America, one in South America, one in India, let's say, one in Japan. Japan doesn't work, but maybe New Zealand. So ideally, that's what you want. You want to maximize your options. And that obviously is a kind of a nomadic life. I would say it depends on what appeals to you in life. If you have the system that will ensure that you have an above average Western European life and sufficient funds by your mid 30s, then either if travel appeals to you, if mobility appeals to you, then I would say go for a semi-nomadic life. Maybe 6 months of the year in one country and 6 months in 2-3 countries. But what's the best hedge from a security perspective? That's what you're actually asking. Look, I am of the opinion that Europe is declining. And my opinion is based on what I'm seeing on the data and the facts, right? Europe is declining. The quality of life in Europe is declining. There's the illegal immigration issue. The European economies aren't doing well. So Europe is not a long-term bet. 20 years from today, Europe will not be the same thing, same entity, with the same quality of life that it is today. Certain parts of Europe will still be great. London is the world's money laundering and financial capital. London will still be great, but London has become Londonistan. So, considering that, maybe having options would be good for you. So, if you're happy with living in Germany, you can live in Germany, but always have the option to be able to move around. If and when things kind of go south. Yeah. So if you have multiple passports, etc., it helps. If you have a passport that opens multiple doors, lots of doors, it helps. That's what I can say. So what I see is that Europe is declining, and the quality of life in Europe will decline. So based on that, you need to create the right options. All right, sir. All the best, sir. Do well. Do well. Biju Saikia says, there are no gay or lesbian chromosomes. Then how are LGBTQ people born? Is this really a biological condition or a mental condition? I have no idea. I have not done any research into this matter. I don't quite know. Look, I was not even aware of the existence of homosexuality until I was maybe 1899. I had no idea that this even existed. So, and look, it's not something that I have nothing against LGBTQ people, etc. My point is, I've never found the topic interesting. I've never done any research into it. So, is it a biological condition? Is it a mental condition? What is the origin of specific orientations? I don't quite know. Yeah. So, I sadly don't have an answer to your question. So sorry. Ritik says, how did Bakhtiyar Khilji meet his death? I believe he was. So Bakhtiyar Khilji is the barbarian who destroyed Nalanda and did a lot of murdering and rampaging and genociding in various parts of India. And it is, if I'm not mistaken, he tried to do the same thing in Tibet, and he met his end over there. So I think he died in Tibet. And his skin, his body was apparently skinned, and his skin is still kept somewhere apparently in some Tibetan monastery or something. Let's quickly Google this. Yeah, Bakhtiyar Khilji, Muhammad Bakhtiyar Khilji. How did Bakhtiyar Khilji died? What sort of grammar is that? Die. Okay, how did this individual, how did Bakhtiyar Khilji die? Died from illness and injury. That's what Google says. After his disastrous Tibet campaign. Also, this is reportedly assassinated by a rival while ill in Devkot. After devastating retreat from Tibet, means defeat in Tibet, he died. So that's what Google says. I haven't really looked into this individual's death. Death and aftermath. Okay, in Devkot, after defeated by Tibetans, he was assassinated by Ali Mardan Khilji, whoever the hell that individual is. So yeah, this is what Wikipedia says. That's also what Google's AI says. I had also heard that he was killed in Tibet and his skin was kept in the monastery. Maybe that's just an urban legend or something. So yeah. VSVS says James should marry Rana Ayub to make Abhijit Iyer Mitraji angry. Okay, I hope James is watching and maybe he can do that, right? Okay. Biju Saika says, you sit down and talk for hours. Does that give you any pain or any other problem on mouth? Now, I see. Look, I'm not actually much of a talker. I'm not. Which will be very strange to those of you who are watching. That will sound very strange to you because I talk for hours. I have definitely over 1,000 hours of me talking on YouTube, right? Typically, one of these live sessions, it's about 2, maybe 3 hours. Yeah. I've done some very long sessions. I did once, the longest session I did was almost 9 hours long. The next day, I just kept quiet. I was worried my throat will go down south, but it didn't happen. So, speaking for 2 or 3 hours doesn't really give you any pain. I don't feel any physical pain, back pain, or whatever that people worry about. I don't feel any pain in any part of the body. And mouth, no. We all know people who talk all day, right? There are people who will speak from morning till night. Does it give them any pain or create any health issues? No, nothing. So speaking for 2 or 3 hours is not really a health hazard. And sitting for 3 hours, I have even sat multiple times for 8 hours. I mean, I've done that live. As long as you take care of your body and you do the right exercises and workouts and so on, you'll be able to handle that. So you have to take the right precautions. And if you do that, you're going to be perfectly fine with no issues whatsoever. Ganapati says, the US wants a naval base on St. Martin's Island in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina refused and was replaced with Mohammed Yunus. Is the US turning Bangladesh into a Ukraine for India by supporting the anti-Hindu movement, forcing us to take military action? So yeah, there have been reports that the US wants that naval base, wants St. Martin's Island to create. Let's locate this island. We haven't opened the map yet, so let's open the map and let us locate this island. So we are talking about the Indian subcontinent. We are talking about Bangladesh. And where is this island? So it is this, most likely this tiny island here, St. Martin's Island. Let's take a look at the uh, satellite imagery on the map. Do we see any new interesting activity here? I'm not sure how old these images are. It's possible that these may not have been updated in recent times, but thus far it doesn't look like there is any military activity as such on this island. I can see, I noticed something here. Helipad. Okay, these are helipads. So I don't see any new construction happening here, but yeah, the US is definitely interested in this island, because with the right kind of restructuring, a little bit of restructuring, you can create a proper air force and naval base on this island. It's not a very large island. Let's see the dimensions from south to north. It's about almost 5 kilometers. So you can definitely construct a proper, like, 4 kilometer runway on the island, and with some land reclamation, etc., you can make a proper military base on the island, maybe an air base plus naval base. So you certainly could do that. So that's why the US is interested in the island. I'm not sure if they have taken possession of the island or not, but yeah. And it's not just because they want the island and Sheikh Hasina refused. That's why they ousted her. Not quite. They want to contain India from both sides. It's not just East and West Pakistan. This entire Cookie Land issue, the terrorism in Manipur, all of that, that's also linked, connected with this objective of encircling India. They want the creation of an artificial new nation called Cookie Land for Christ, out of parts of Burma, parts of Manipur, parts of India, parts of Bangladesh. Now that Bangladesh is on their side, they don't need to take Bangladeshi territory, but they want to create a de facto artificial nation, whether it is recognized by other nations or not. They want to create a big territory where you have the Cookie Land for Christ. In parts of Manipur, they want to incorporate that into that, to infringe on the sovereignty of India and create problems for India in the far east of India. So all of this is all interconnected. The issue in Manipur, it's not a civil war where one Manipur ethnic group is fighting another Manipuri ethnic group. It's not that. It's foreigners occupying Indian territory. That's the issue. So the main question you're asking is the US trying to turn Bangladesh into Ukraine for India and force India to take military action? Well, it's our choice whether we take military action or not. Every problem doesn't need a military solution. There are all kinds of solutions, creative solutions, that are available to us at our disposal. We will not take military action. There are other ways of dealing with things. There are very creative ways of dealing with various issues. It's not only our enemies who know how to play those games. We also can play every game in the book, right? So yeah, you will see anti-Hindu activities in Bangladesh for sure. The Hindus of Bangladesh are now again facing the same days that they had possibly in the run-up to 1971. Hopefully that's not the case. But there is definitely more hostility towards Hindus, and we see what's happening. But we will not allow Bangladesh to be turned into a Ukraine. That's for sure. Biju Saikia says, why Europeans, Japanese, Koreans are not able to reverse their TFR downfall? Will India face the same problem after a few decades? Will India face the same problem? See, right now, what is the current TFR of China? What's the current TFR of China, of Korea and Japan? It's dreadful. Let's see. South Korea TFR 2025. What is it? So South Korea's TFR is 0.65 in 2023. Good gods. South Korea's fertility rate, 0.65. To sustain a population at the current level, you need a TFR of 2.1, which means each woman should, on average, give birth to 2.1 children. Okay, on average. It's not like every woman will give birth to 2.1 children. On average, the number will be 2.1. That's what you need for the population to remain at the current level. If it goes below 2.1, the population will eventually start declining. The population will start declining. In South Korea, it's 0.65, which is disaster. Which means the population will start declining. There will be way more deaths than births, and the average age of the population, the median age, will start increasing. What is China's TFR? Let's see. China TFR 1.3. That's again disaster level. What is Japan? Japan TFR 2025 to 2025. Sorry, 1.38. Ah, man. Okay, let's see. EU. What's the EU's TFR? 1.4. Once again, it's terrible. Significantly below the 2.1 replacement level. What about India? It's 2.0, I think, right? Oh, 1.9 to 2.0. So we are also going down the same road. So when you have a TFR of less than, if it is less than 1.5, you are talking about demographic disaster. And then you can maintain population levels only through immigration, which is what the EU is doing to itself. Now, India, our population is very high, 1.4 plus billion. So a lot of people are in favor of a one-child policy, etc. But have you seen what happened to China as a consequence of the one-child policy? What is China's median age today? Let's see. Median age. China's median age is today 40.1 years. What about India? It's 28, 29. Okay, so China median age, what will it be in 2050? 50 to 54 years old. The average person in China will be over 50 years old in 2050, which is horrible. You want the average person to be young. What about Japan? Japan is going to be 50. Yeah, similar. What about India? Let's see. It's going to be in the 40, 38, 39. So that's bad. So our demographic dividend that we talk about, it's the next 20 years, after which our population will be older and older and older if the TFR decline continues. So India will face the same problem if we don't correct the TFR. See, the ideal population of the Indian subcontinent should be about 350 million maximum. We are way beyond that. So we need to bring the population levels down. But if you bring it down too rapidly, too drastically, then you're going to have a demographic disaster where everybody is old. And when you have an older and older population, the birth rates drop even faster, which eventually leads to extinction. I'm not joking here. It's not going to happen tomorrow morning. It's going to happen in the next 100 years. Do we want that? So if India needs to bring down its population levels to something more sustainable, maybe 500 million, it needs to happen over the next 100, 200 years. It's a long-term project, right? So yeah. So why are Europeans, Japanese, etc., not able to reverse the TFR downfall? See, why does TFR go down? Why do people have less children? Because it becomes too expensive to have children. That's number one. And secondly, they are overworked. If you have to work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, or let's say 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, then you're going to be exhausted all the time. And you will not be able to procreate. Makes sense, I think. If both husband and wife are always exhausted, always working, never together, then how will they have children? And if both are working, then who will take care of a child if it is born? If you need 2 salaries to run a household, and then if the child's education is too expensive, then even if you have one child, you will not want to have another one because you won't be able to afford it. Education is too expensive, healthcare is too expensive, everything is too expensive. So either you spend a lot of money to raise a child, or you give the child a terrible upbringing, a very unhappy upbringing. Do you want that? So because of these reasons, TFR goes down. The cost of living is very high in Japan, in Korea, in the EU. In China, it's not the case, but they dug their own grave with the one-child policy, right? And in India, the TFR is now going down because the cost of living is high, because people are poor, because everybody wants to move to cities, and for to be able to afford life in a big city. Both husband and wife need to work. If they are both working, then who will take care of the children when the family, we no longer have extended families together? All these problems are going to bring TFR down. So these are the reasons why TFR goes down. India is going to face the same problem maybe in 20 years. Yeah. Achintya Anand says, various Buddhist gods are depicted as harming our gods. They call Buddhist texts call Hindus ichantika or non-believers. Created untouchable caste for animal bali, as only death of ichantikas was allowed and not animals. But they wanted to consume meat. So it's interesting that Buddhists are allowed to consume meat as long as they don't kill animals. So they have the animals killed by somebody else. That you will see it in Bhutan, you will see it in other parts, in various Buddhist regions, that Buddhists will eat meat, but they won't kill the animal themselves. So killing is not allowed, but eating of meat is allowed. I'm not sure how it works, but that's what I've seen myself. Yeah. Now, for example, in Bhutan, you can eat yak meat. The yak is like a mountain cow, but it's not a cow. It's a different species of animal. It's part of the bovine animal family, which includes buffaloes also, right? So they will eat cow, or they will eat yaks, but the yak will be slaughtered by somebody else, by non-Buddhists, maybe by Hindus, whatever. So that's one thing. Now you will find Buddhist deities trampling Hindu gods for sure. No question about that. That is just a fact of life. Okay, let's see. Buddhist deity is trampling Hindu gods. These are facts. Okay, we are not making this up. Subject: trampled deities under trampled figures underfoot. What do we have? Not sure what that is. Let's see. This website seems to be very slow. Angry Buddhist. No, I'm not looking at Devdutt Patnaik. Wrathful deities. So Vajrayogini. Who is she trampling? Vajrayogini. Let's see. Let's open the page about Vajrayogini. And who is she trampling? No, it doesn't say anything about trampling. But you can clearly see she is trampling two figures. And one of the figures looks... Is it Lord Shiva? I'm not sure. Who is the other figure? It is obviously a female figure. I'm not sure who Vajrayogini is trampling. But the point is that you will find Buddhist deities trampling Hindu gods. Bodhisattva Vajrapani trampling Shiva and Parvati under his feet. Achala crushing Ganesha under his feet. Yeah, there is no question that this is the case. Let's see images. Trampled gods and deities page. Once again, you will see various, you could say, Hindu gods being trampled by Buddhist deities. This is definitely a fact. Nobody can deny this. Why is it the case? I'm not sure. Were Hindus called ichantikas or non-believers? I believe Hindus were called ichantikas, non-believers. So, yeah, there are uncomfortable facts in history. And we should be able to discuss this openly, right? So there's no question about the fact that various Buddhist deities are depicted as trampling Hindu gods. No question about that. It is true. And Buddhists won't kill animals, but they will eat meat. And they will have, was an untouchable caste created for animal slaughter? I don't know about that. That is something we may have to look into. Hindus were called ichantikas and non-believers. I think certain Buddhist texts say that it is texts. I believe they do say that it is okay to kill ichantikas, but not animals. Yeah, so there are these issues. No question about that. Yeah, so how did Buddhism become so widespread? Buddhism was a very fringe, obscure philosophical path of of Dharma, right? It was our Emperor Ashok, through his patronage, who made Buddhism so widespread, both the Dharma across India and even beyond India. And it became a big thing because of Ashok, because of imperial patronage. Otherwise, Buddhism would have gone the same path, down the same road as potentially certain other, like the what was the there was this sect of people that Ashok uh, had oppressed, right? Ashoka, Ashoka the Great. Which which sect was it? Let us see. Imperial extent, conversion to Buddhism, Kalinga. Yeah, I forget the name of the sect, but let us see. Sect. Theravada. Ajivikas. Yes, Ajivika. Yeah, so he executed 18,000 followers of this sect. Maybe. So today we don't know much about the Ajivika sect, which was once a thing, right? So Buddhism may have gone down the same road if it was not for imperial patronage from Ashok. James says, Usman Hadi was our agent. How dare Raw take him out? How dare they? They've crossed the line they'll soon regret. This is no trifling matter. We'll make them understand the consequences of their actions. Who is Usman Hadi? Who is that? Let's see. Usman Hadi. Who's this? This man Hadi. A Bangladeshi politician activist. Is he the individual who was taken out by someone recently? 18 December 2025. He was a Bangladeshi poet and political activist. And he was shot. Oh, he was shot. Tragic, tragic. He died on 18 December while undergoing treatment. And there was nationwide violence and so on. And he was buried in some place. Political career and call for a national government, blah, 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 blah. Influence on anti-Indian hegemony? Indian hegemony in Bangladesh? So he was an anti-India individual. And James says that he was an agent of the West. Well, you see, Sir James, you may be right. Even though the Western governments have not officially taken responsibility for cultivating this individual as their agent, it is possible, perhaps even likely, that he was either directly or indirectly by proxy an agent of the West. It's possible. Now, did Raw take him out? There is no evidence for that. So I will obviously deny. I mean, I don't represent Raw. I have no connection with Raw, as we all know. But there's no evidence that connects Raw with his tragic demise. So I would say his demise has been tragic. Human lives are valuable, even though some humans are anti-India, which is okay, but human lives do have a value. And it is definitely a tragic, tragic occurrence that he has mysteriously died an unnatural death, apparently. Apparently, he was shot. Whoever did that, I condemn. I condemn those people. Yeah. I also condemn his anti-India actions also. But yeah. So yeah, that's what I can say about this, James. Polarize says, what could happen if we make a CERN-like particle collider and put North Indian polluting particles in it? Would it blast? That's a great thought experiment. So in CERN, you had multiple particle colliders. Okay, the one that currently operates in CERN is the world's most powerful particle collider. It's called the Large Hadron Collider. Okay, and it consumes the amount of electricity that a small country would consume on an annual basis. That's how much energy goes into powering this gigantic machine, let's say. So let's say we build a large hadron collider kind of machine in India, and we put the North Indian polluting particles in it, what will happen? Will it explode? See, it won't work. I'll tell you why. What you do in something like the LHC is that you take particle antiparticle beams and you spin, they travel in the collider in a basically circular path, and they are eventually smashed together at very close to the speed of light. And then there are instruments around the place where the smash up happens, which take pictures of what came out of the collision debris. Okay, so when you take particles and you make them fly around at close to the speed of light, to make this happen, you have to create an almost perfect vacuum in the circular path where you're gonna have the particles zip around. So you need a vacuum for this to happen. Now, if you want to put polluting particles, which is polluted air, into this machine, then the vacuum is gone and nothing will work. So the machine only works when there is an almost perfect vacuum in there, and then the particles which are going to be smashed together are introduced and spun around through magnets, very powerful magnets, and that's how it is done. So if you put polluting, so first of all, if you want to put particles, the pollution particles into this machine, you have to first extract the pollution particles out of the air. There is no technology that I know of that can extract pollution and polluting particles from air and do that. Yeah. So the only answer is you take the dirty air and put it inside the machine, but then the vacuum is gone and the machine doesn't work anymore. So it doesn't work. You see. VS says, question by AbhijitChavda Light. How is Russia more powerful than China when China is a larger economy and Russia just has more WMDs? When it comes to hard power, okay, see, let's say you have two nations, both have hard power. What are the elements of hard power? Well, typically it's economic power and military power. There's also other elements. We can add nuclear weapons, so that's part of military power. Of course, nuclear weapons, your nuclear capabilities are part of your military capabilities. Also, the number of people, the size of your land area, the size of your population, the amount of power projection capabilities that you have, and so on and so forth. So when it comes to the elements of hard power, first of all, Russia has a much larger territory than China. Secondly, China has a much larger population, so that kind of offsets each other off. China's economy is way larger than Russia. Now, China's military expenditure is way larger than Russia. But Russia has way more WMDs, like you say, nuclear warheads, than China. Now, it depends on how you calculate hard power, what kind of formula you use, what kind of equation you use to calculate hard power. At the end of the day, hard power is a number. It's a number. So based on how I have calculated hard power, the US has a score of 94 point something. Russia has the score of what? 54 point something. China has a score of about 18 point something. India has a score of about 4.9. So India is number 4, China is number 3. China is about 4 times more powerful than India. Okay? And Russia is about 3 times more powerful than China. And the US is about twice as powerful as Russia. Now, I have given a certain amount of weightage to nuclear weapons. Now, if you change the weightages, then you can assign a different score. So based on how I see the world, how I understand the world, based on my understanding, my experience, or whatever, I have given different kinds of weightages to different elements. And when you have a nation with the world's largest nuclear arsenal, it's going to dwarf any economic might any other nation has. Because China can't flatten Russia. Russia can completely flatten China. Right? I mean, that itself will tell you that Russia is more powerful than China. China cannot flatten the whole of Russia. If China, let's say, hypothetically launches nuclear strikes on Russia, Russia will be significantly damaged. But if Russia has taken the right precautions of securing its leadership and other things, When Russia will survive. But when Russia launches a retaliation, nothing in China will survive. Nothing will survive. So that's why Russia is more powerful. If you were to compare purely economic might versus purely military might, then if you have a lot of money without a powerful military and without powerful nuclear weapons, without sufficient nuclear weapons, your money is useless and worthless. So that's why China is now trying to augment its nuclear arsenal. That's what one hears. But as of today, if you assume China has 600 nuclear warheads, which is the number that is out in the public domain, and if you assume that Russia has 5,500 roughly, then Russia is way more powerful than China. Okay, Sam the Gamer says 1776 English versus English on stolen native land. That's what it was. Yes, 1776 is the year the US acquired its independence from England, from Britain, right? The American War of Independence. So it was English fighting English for this stolen native land. That's what it was. No question about it. And the Americans, the independence activists, they were fighting England because they did not want to pay 2% tax to the British Crown. What is the income tax today in the US? One of the highest rates of income tax in the world. 25, 30, I don't know, 35%. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe even more. Let's find out. Income tax rate in the US. Let's see. Progressive, 7 tax brackets. So if you are a super poor person, you pay 10%. If you earn a decent amount of money, over 600,000 a year, you're gonna pay 37% tax. So you're gonna but there are ways of, well, let's not say evading, but so today the Americans pay way more tax than what they went to war for. All right. Swastik Mahesh says, what actions is the government taking against illegal immigrants? I don't know. I'm not sure. Hopefully we are taking some actions, but I am not sure what actions the government of India is taking. This question can only be answered by the government of India, not by me. Sorry. Okay. Tony Ferguson says, how did the Kikhan Jats crush Arab invasions again and again, stemming the Islamic tide for 200 years? And why isn't this history taught in NCERT? I'm not sure. Who are the Kikhan Jats? Let's find out. See, even I don't know. There's so much I don't know. Kikhan Jats. Kikhan Jats, the brave Jat and Med people of Kikhan in Sindh Indus region, who famously repelled multiple 7th century Arab invasion attempts, showcasing AI talk, showcasing significant military resistance against invaders during this era. Kikhan Jats. We know who the Jats are. Okay, does this Wikipedia article say anything about the Kikhan Jats? Jats. Many Jats of Sindh come and then blah blah blah. Western Jats, Sebastian Jats. It talks about Lohana Jats, but not Kikhan Jats. So clearly, this is an aspect of Indian history that has been suppressed. I myself was not aware of the Kikhan Jats. I will look into this, but I'm not sure about the specific details of what actions they took against the Arabs. So I'll have to do some reading. Shashank says, how are elephants used in ancient Indian wars? You mean how were elephants used in ancient Indian wars? See, today in today's warfare, in 20th century warfare, okay, you had multiple elements. Let's say you are a nation that's invading another nation, completely hypothetically, in the 20th century. You would use what? You would use armored vehicles, you would use tanks, you would have an air force, you would do all that, you would have infantry. So one of the major innovations in 20th century warfare was the tank. What's a tank? I suppose everyone knows what a tank is, but let's see. A tank. This is a tank. Why is there shopping for tanks? Okay. So this vehicle is called a tank, right? This here is a tank. It's a 20th century innovation. It is still used in warfare today. So elephants were like tanks, almost indestructible, and they could wipe out dozens of the enemy of the adversary soldiers at a go, in a go. So that's how elephants were typically used. They were used like tanks. Like tanks were used in the 20th century warfare. So you would have an elephant with a Mahawat who would be guiding the elephant and giving instructions and essentially driving the vehicle, so to say. And you would have soldiers, archers, lancemen also who would sit, maybe 3 4 people on top of the elephant, and they could take out enemies from a vantage point up top. And the elephant itself was a weapon. The elephant would go and trample over the enemy soldiers, and the elephants would often be armored. So even if the enemy shot arrows or used spears against the elephant, if the elephant was armored, the elephant could take it, and by the time you can react, the elephant would crush the adversary soldiers. And elephants were used for shock purposes. So especially when it comes to foreign barbarians who were not familiar with elephants, it would the very sight of elephants would cause panic among the foreign soldiers, even their horses. And if you had a force of, let's say, 5,000 elephants, you were essentially invincible. You were invincible. So that's how elephants were used in ancient warfare in India. MK says, the longer we wait, the more powerful Pakistan becomes militarily through US aid. What should India do? Well, India should also take steps to become more powerful militarily in the meanwhile until the next war happens. So we need to augment our stockpiles of various kinds of missiles. We need to augment our anti-aircraft, anti-drone, anti-missile capabilities in whatever way is required. The Air Force acquisitions will take time, fighter jets and all that. That's a slow process. But if you're going to have a war in the next 6 months or 1 year, the war will be won by the side that has the better missiles and more missiles. So if Pakistan has 1,000 missiles, but we have 5,000, we're going to win the war. That sort of thing. So we need to augment our stockpiles of various kinds of missiles. BrahMos missiles, Scalp missiles, Meteor missiles, Scalp missiles, the Dhanush, Trishul, etc. All the missiles that we have, we need to have. See, essentially, India needs to have a stockpile of maybe tens of thousands of missiles of various kinds. If we have that, we are essentially invincible. Invincible. We need to have like 30, 40, 50,000 missiles in our stockpile. That way we can see, because if you look at the Ukraine war, in a single day, several hundred missiles are used. At times, when the fighting is at its peak. See, the Ukraine war is more than 3 years old now. But there were times when there was intense fighting. And those times, hundreds of missiles were used in a single day. So if you have a hot war that goes on for a week, for example, then you're going to use up several thousand missiles possibly. And we also have the specter of China, right? The China issue. So that's why India needs to have a stockpile of several thousand missiles. So the longer the Pakistanis wait, the more powerful we should also become. And eventually there's going to be something that triggers the next war, possibly sooner rather than later. So that's what India needs to do. I would not go and say that we need to spark a war, incite a war sometime soon. A war will happen sooner or later. It will happen. But we should ensure that we also get stronger while the Pakistanis are getting stronger because of American aid. VS, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Ashutosh Divekar says, how will three-front war start if it happens in 2027? Whether it happens in 2027 or 2026 or 2032, a three-front war is a three-front war. Now, what's a three-front war? When we talk about India's security position, let's say, in the subcontinent, what we have in the north is Chinese-occupied territory, Chinese-occupied Tibet, and Chinese-occupied Xinjiang. That's what we have in the north. In the west, we have West Pakistan. In the east, we have East Pakistan. Now, out of these nations, three nations, see, all three nations East and West Pakistan and China are anti-India. Now, if there is a war that involves all three of the nations, East Pakistan, West Pakistan, and China, all three of them against India, how will it start is the question. How will it start? See, it will either see Bangladesh is in no way, in no shape or form capable of fighting a war against India. If it initiates a war against India, it will be flattened in no time, and its geography will change or it will cease to exist. Bangladesh is not a military threat to India. It is a demographic threat to India. Its military, there's nothing they can do. They can't even dream of a war against India. They will make big statements. All these half rabid, half mad Bangladeshi politicians and so-called student activists, they will go keep on, unleashing these statements and fiery speeches and provocative, speeches about India. But that's just words. On the ground level, there's nothing Bangladesh can do to fight India. It will be flattened in no time. So if a war starts, it will either be started by Pakistan or by China. Let's say Xi Jinping is facing pressure from home or wherever. The economy isn't doing well. China is being humiliated by the US. China's reputation is going down. China's, China is not doing well overall. China's prestige is going down. And there's this talk about Taiwan, but Taiwan is never happening. The US is too powerful. The US is able to safeguard Taiwan. And if China tries to attack Taiwan, China will lose. Maybe there's a situation like that. So in that case, China may decide that, let's do a short, sharp war against India and defeat them fast. The Chinese may think that they will succeed. And if the Chinese attack India and there's a war, then the Pakistanis will most likely take the opportunity to start a war against India. Maybe the Americans will instruct them. Okay, this is when you do it. So a war between India and China, if it lasts beyond 3-4 days, will definitely see Pakistan getting involved. If the Pakistanis start a war, and if there's a war between India and China in which Pakistan also gets involved, then Bangladesh may try to play some mischief. So that's a 3-front scenario. And then India's armed forces will have to fight on 3 fronts, which is problematic. If the Pakistanis start a war, which is more likely, then will Bangladesh get involved? Probably not. They'll lose very badly. It's only if China and Pakistan are both fighting India that Bangladesh will perhaps be tempted to get involved or be instructed by the Americans to get involved. So these are the possible scenarios. If it happens in 2027 or 26 or 2032, it's going to be the same kind of scenario. MK says, how come China underwent communist revolution despite being relatively more conservative than Europe? It has nothing to do with being conservative or being liberal or whatever. Nothing to do with that. China was under the Western boots for a while. The Chinese make it a point to keep reminding the whole world that there was a century of humiliation. And they teach their students about the century of humiliation. The West did not do even 1/10 to China of what they did to us. But we don't talk about that, right? So the Chinese were under you could say humiliated by the Westerners and the Chinese empire. The emperor became just a namesake emperor, a puppet, which is why other forces emerged in China. Non-imperial forces. One of them was the Kuomintang, the other was the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party, under Mao Zedong, etc., they believed in communism. They believed that all this religion bullshit and all, it is bad. It needs to be removed. So that's how and there was a civil war. China was overrun by Japan to some extent in Manchukuo, the Eastern Front. And it was in some parts of China were under Japanese occupation, all that stuff. And in the meanwhile, there's a civil war going on. So that's how it happened. And then the Chinese Communist Party succeeded. They were able to defeat the Kuomintang and expel them. And that's why you have a separate government in Taiwan. That's the Kuomintang, the legacy of the Kuomintang. under Chiang Kai-shek. So it has nothing to do with whether you're conservative or not. When a nation lacks leadership, when the emperor has been reduced to a puppet or an emperor only in name, when there's a power vacuum in a nation, that's when all kinds of, and when the nation is impoverished, then people will look for any kind of solution. And communism is very attractive when you are super poor, right? When you can blame the rich people and whoever else. So that's when a nation is down on its knees, when it is impoverished, when it's humiliated, sometimes communism becomes very attractive. Al Junib says, definitely way more than meets the eye with Trump's spectacular U-turn in no time during Operation Sindoor. Reference JD Vance statements may be serious damage to US assets or nukes. So yeah, when Operation Sindoor starts, the first day, the second day, JD Vance is like, you know what, it's a war far away and it has nothing to do with us and we'll not interfere. And then on day 3, Trump says, I have called everybody and I have ensured there's a ceasefire. Right? Spectacular U-turn. So something happened on the 3rd day that suddenly the Americans decided that they have to immediately, urgently interfere and put an end to the fighting. Clearly something happened. Now, obviously, what happened will not come out in the public domain anytime soon. But one can speculate if you want. It's clear that some F-16s were destroyed. So the Pakistanis claim that they destroyed certain Indian air bases. Look at the American and Chinese satellite imagery. There's not a scratch on the Indian air bases. But you can clearly see multiple Pakistani air bases have taken significant hits, significant damage. Hangars have been obliterated. Noor Khan Air Base and Bolari and whatnot. It's clear. The hard evidence is out there. And you had American assets over there. American sold assets to Pakistan, like F-16s. Now, when you have F-16s in Pakistani hands, you have a bunch of American babysitters there. The Americans have sold the machines to Pakistan, but the Americans monitor the machines all the time, 24/7. Wherever there's an F-16, there's going to be a bunch of American technicians who will never let the aircraft out of their sight. Which means the Pakistani F-16s operate only with the permission of the United States. The Americans won't allow Pakistan to use the F-16s in a way that will go against American interests. So if the Pakistanis want to attack India, they'll be given a go-ahead. So that sort of thing. So wherever you have F-16s, you have American personnel there. So if F-16s were blown up by missile strikes, it's possible that American personnel may have been blown up along with the F-16s. And so that's one possibility, which may have urgently required Trump's intervention. Maybe more personnel will die. And we don't want that to happen. Because the American technical personnel potentially may not be allowed to move to a different location and leave the F-16s unsupervised. It's a possibility. Secondly, the nukes. Look, I have no evidence when I say this to back up my claim, but I believe that the Pakistani nuclear weapons are actually American nuclear weapons. I don't think the Pakistani engineers and scientists had the wherewithal to develop nuclear weapons on their own. I firmly believe that these nuclear weapons are American nuclear warheads that have been placed in Pakistan to counterbalance India. Now, these nuclear warheads will be stored in secure locations. Apparently, Kirana Hills is one location where they were stored under a hill. And we did hit that. And maybe the missile that we used was able to penetrate deep inside and, take out a few nuclear warheads. So if American nuclear warheads are blown up, that becomes a problem. So that also could be a reason why Trump suddenly, urgently made a U-turn and interfered. Ganapati says, I want to ask a question, but YouTube Superchat censoring it. I'm sorry to hear that. But YouTube's algorithm and YouTube's mechanisms are beyond my control. So I'm sorry about that. Yeah. What can I say? What's beyond our control is beyond our control. YouTube is YouTube. YouTube will do what it wants. Sorry to hear that, sir. Sorry. VS says, question by real Vladimir Putin. According to Chanakya, knowledge gained from enemies should not missed. How would he view Einstein leaving Nazi Germany because of fear of Nazis? I'm not sure if Chanakya has said such a thing. A lot of quotes are attributed to various people which may not be connected to those people. Knowledge gained from enemies should not missed. Should not missed. I'm not sure what that means. Should not be misused or should not be missed. Logically, what would I say? Logically, I would say you should learn even from your enemies. So if your enemies have something to teach you, you should learn that. So if your enemies are really good at something, then you should not say that I will not learn from my enemies. You should learn it from them too. So for example, China regards India as an enemy. China treats India as an enemy. But there's a lot that India can learn from China. So we should learn those things. Right? There's a lot India could potentially, hypothetically, even learn from something like Pakistan. Pakistan plays geostrategy sometimes better than India. I mean, historically, it has played the game better than India, right? Only now India is doing a better job. So yeah, that makes sense logically. Now, how would Chanakya view Einstein leaving Nazi Germany because of fear of Nazis? Chanakya did not care about who did what. Chanakya was all about national security, national policy, statecraft, geopolitics, and international relations. Chanakya would not care whether Einstein left Nazi Germany or not. And if he left, so be it. See, Einstein was not an engineer. Einstein was a theoretical physicist. He did not leave Germany with nuclear weapon secrets. Einstein did not know how to build a nuclear bomb. He is one of the founding fathers, let's say, of quantum mechanics. He and Niels Bohr are the two giants who first set up the foundations of quantum mechanics. Of course, you have Max Planck, who was the first of them all. And you have Heisenberg and Schrödinger and many more. But Einstein is one of the absolute giants. But he did not know how to build a nuclear weapon. His theory, his insights were used later on by experimental physicists and then by engineers, right, to build nuclear weapons. So Chanakya would not care. Nahusha Acharya says, can we restart book discussion like you did with North American colonization? Look, there's only a certain number of projects I can take up. I have so many interests. There are so many high quality projects that I can work on. But right now, what I'm working on is on writing a number of books. And that takes up more of my time. See, I have been speaking over here on YouTube for 4 years now. Don't you think it's time for me to write something? Right? So I'm focusing on writing down right now. Because of that, I'm not going to be doing these book discussions for a while. Now, the Understanding America project is a very high value, high quality project. And it is not terminated. It is simply right now paused. I shall restart it. But I need to complete a certain number of book projects before I can find the time to do that. I hope you understand. It's time for me to actually put out work in writing. I'm going to continue the work that I'm doing on YouTube. These live sessions will continue, no question. But that project is currently on hold. It is not terminated. I am going to resume the project at the right time. But I really appreciate that you liked the work that I was doing, and I will resume that sooner rather than later, hopefully. VSVS says, question by Ayush Singh. Isn't the importance of the Silk Route overstated given India's extensive independent trade network with Europe? How did the term Silk Route originate? How significant was it? Look, the major trade was between India and the West. When I say West, it is everything west of India. India was doing a lot of trade with West Asia, with Mesopotamia. India was doing trade with Egypt. India was doing trade with Rome. India had connections with Greece. India was doing trade with Africa. India was even doing trade with Suvarnabhumi, that is Southeast Asia. It was India that was doing the trade. But Western, see, I was talking about this yesterday. There has been this concerted long-term project in the West to deny the Indian and Hindu origins of everything. So they have created this fantasy of a Silk Road or whatever. The Chinese were a great trading nation, and they traded with Europe. I'm sure there were some caravans that passed between China and Central Asia and on the way to Europe. But the quantum, the volume of trade that happened between India and the West, it dwarfed the volume of trade that happened between China and the West. And when the Chinese were trading with, let's say, the West, they often had to pass through Indian middlemen. One of the major Indian middlemen of a certain time was our great Emperor Kanishka, who was squarely between China and the West, because he had conquered significant portions of what is today China, including Tibet, including Xinjiang. He had conquered territories all the way to the shores of the Caspian and Aral Seas. So a huge territory in Central Asia, in Xinjiang, in Tibet, and much of northern and western India, including the coastal regions of Gujarat, where you had major ports. So when the Chinese potentially would have wanted to trade with the West, they would have had to pass through Indian territory, Kanishka's territory. And Kanishka made sure he would tax them to the fullest. Right. So this term Silk Road, Silk Route, it's all European. Like, see, the Europeans have done so much damage to the world by creating these myths. One myth they have created is the South China Sea. It was never Chinese. The so-called South China Sea was the Champa Sea, the kingdom of Champa, a great thalassocratic kingdom, dominated this region for close to 1500 years. There was no Chinese presence in the so-called South China Sea. But the Europeans decided to name it the South China Sea, which is what the Chinese are claiming it today. The Europeans have done so much damage to the world. They've created all these distortions of history, which is why all these fake narratives rule the roost today. So we are taught there was a Silk Road. The Chinese were a great trading nation, and there was no Indian presence at all north of the Himalayas. That's what we are told. That's what we are taught, which is a complete lie. So the Silk Route, and we had some Europeans who ventured into China, like Marco Polo, and that becomes the basis of all these myths, So it all originates with Europeans who sought to distort history. Okay, the MK says, what's my review of the Dhurandhar movie? At the beginning, I described in detail what my thoughts were. Overall, a great movie. Yeah. So I won't take this question multiple times in this live stream, only once. When the live stream ends, you can check it out. I have spoken about Dhurandhar, and overall great movie. I'm very happy. I was very happy to watch it. Very interesting. Did not bore me. 3.5 hour movie doesn't bore me, which must be really good, right? And pretty groundbreaking. Very good movie. I would highly recommend it. Obviously, it's not for the faint of heart, because there are some scenes that are pretty, what's the term? Graphic, whatever that means. It's not for everyone, So Vinod Ringaraj says, visited book fair, more Audrey Trushke, less Indian. A book fair. You had Audrey Trushke's books there. Yeah. That lady, like a rabid Hinduphobe, that lady. An outright, unvarnished enemy of India and Indian civilization. Sad. Amisha says, views on Dhurandhar and Dhruv destroyed this movie. Who? Dhruv? You mean Dhruv Rathi? That's a distasteful name to take. Who is he? He destroyed this movie. Yeah, I suppose he must have said something or the other about it. Did he make a video about it? I don't watch his channel. I don't follow him on social media, so I have no idea what he has said or not. I suppose if he has spoken about it, he would have been very critical of it, obviously, naturally. My views on Dhurandhar are that it's an excellent movie. I was See, I broke my own rule of not watching Hindi cinema, and I went and watched it last week sometime. I watched an 8 a.m. show because don't have time throughout the day, so I went early and watched an 8 a.m. show, and I was very pleased, very happy with the movie. Overall, outstanding, something Bollywood has never done before, groundbreaking movie, and I highly recommend it to everybody who can take some violence, because there are some scenes that are pretty violent and there's blood and so on. So if you can take it, do watch it. I was very pleased to see it, and I will definitely watch the sequel. I believe they've said that the sequel will come out sometime next year, March, April, something like that. Whenever it does come out, I will definitely watch it. I was very happy to see the performance of all the actors. All of them performed great. Yeah, overall, definitely an outstanding movie, and I will recommend it to everybody. VS says, Sam the Gamer, can you ask Sir 40 rupees super chat to write a history book of India? It is definitely on my to-do list. But see, right now I'm working on a couple of book projects. Many of you will know what I'm working on, but there is one book project that I've not spoken about, and I will not speak about it until it's done. So, see, writing a book takes time. It takes several months. The writing process, once your research is done, let's say you are an expert in a topic, okay? Then you don't have to do a lot of research. Then you can just go and write. The writing process takes about, if you're writing, let's say 1,000 words a day, maybe the writing process will take maybe 3 months. Yeah. Then once the writing is done, you have to cool off for a couple of months and forget about that book. So that is the first draft. That is not the final version. So you write the book, let's say in 3 months, then you take 2 or 3 months off when you don't look at what you've written at all. That gives you a cooling off period in which your mind has kind of forgotten about the book. Then you go through the entire book again, and then you will find lots of defects in the book. Then you go and create a second draft. Then you may do a third draft also. So it's a long process. And typically, well, most people will be happy if they write one book a year. I am giving myself a more ambitious target of more than one book a year. And I have so many books that actually exist inside of my head. They all need to come out before the time I'm done. So yeah, definitely. Thank you for the recommendation. Ganapati says, YouTube super chat censoring me. Asked question in regular chat. Please see. I am only looking at super chats right now. There are like about 2,000 regular chats. I will not be able to find it. I won't be able to find it. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But if I start looking at the regular chat, it will take me half an hour to find it. I can see the number of regular chats right now. About 2,000. How will I find your comment in those 2,000? Won't be possible, sir. Very sorry. Very sorry. I really apologize, but it's not going to be possible right now. Hyphen says, if the Earth's rotation speed gradually slows down over the next 10 years, what will happen? Versus if it suddenly slows down tomorrow. The Earth's rotation, the angular speed of Earth, it is slowing down. So the Earth formed about 4.5 billion years before today. That's 45 with 8 zeros after it. That's how many years ago it formed. And when the Earth was young, let's say about roughly 4 billion years old, one day was about 10 years. Maybe 4.5 billion years before today, or maybe 4 billion. But during the youth, in the young age of the Earth, one day was about 10 hours, which means full rotation took about 10 hours. Today it takes about 24 hours. So in about roughly 4 billion years, it's slowed down more than it's become more than twice as long, right? The period of the day, 2.5 times roughly as long. So the rotation speed has slowed down significantly. So that's already happening. Now, Over the next 10 years also, the rotation speed will slow down just very, very minutely, very fractionally. We won't be able to notice it. But what if it slows down maybe 10% for whatever reason? What will happen? What will happen is that the day will become longer. When you have such a significant, abrupt slowing down of the speed of rotation, the day will become longer. The Earth Moon system will be thrown out of phase, possibly, because the Earth and the Moon are tidally locked. You always see the same phase of the Moon because it takes the Moon. For the Earth to rotate once fully, it takes 24 hours. For the Moon, it takes about 28 days, which is why we always see the same phase of the Moon. Always. So, if the Earth's rotation suddenly slows down in just 10 years, then the Earth Moon system will be thrown out of phase, and you will be able to see other parts of the Moon also. It may affect tides, it may affect all kinds of things. It will affect circadian cycles of people. You will suddenly no longer be able to sleep properly. You'll wake up at the wrong time, go to sleep at the wrong time. All kinds of issues will happen. So it's obviously unnatural. It won't happen like this naturally. And if it suddenly slows down tomorrow, if it suddenly abruptly slows down, then you'll have a tremendous amount of sloughing of the oceans, massive tides, tsunamis. There'll be earthquakes. If you're standing, you'll fall down. All kinds of tremendous disruptions will happen. Maybe even, mass extinctions of living beings. Yeah. Okay. VS says, question by Shaurya. Who is the leftist extremist you suggest is worth listening to or watching? Your books in paperback. My books will come out next year, beginning next year. I'm working on them right now, writing them. Who is the leftist extremist I suggest is worth listening or watching? I don't know any of them. I don't listen to leftist extremists. I'm sorry, it's not just what I do. So I can't really suggest somebody who's worth listening or watching. Leftist extremist. Oh, I don't listen to any leftist extremists. Sorry. Hyphen says, can the brain rewire itself after injury? Well, depends on the type of injury. If there is, and a brain injury means damage to the neural tissue. So the brain how is the brain what is the architecture of the brain? You have the scalp. Beneath the scalp, you have the skull, which is pretty thin actually. Beneath the skull, you have a layer of cerebrospinal fluid. Below that, you have the dura mater, which is kind of a tough outer covering of the brain. It's like a shower cap kind of thing, the dura mater. Beneath the dura mater, you have the actual brain tissue. You have various parts of the brain. The brain has two hemispheres, and there is the outer brain, there's the inner brain, which is the more reptilian brain, and so on and so forth. And if the brain tissue is damaged, then you may experience various forms of impairment based on what part of the brain and to what extent it is damaged. Now, if there is an injury, let's say some part of the brain is damaged, can the brain rewire itself? A lot of the times, when the injury is not very major, the brain somehow adapts. For example, there have been medical procedures done to people who experience extreme or very severe epilepsy, for example, in which the connection between the left and right hemisphere of the brains is cut. It's severed. And that kind of possibly has an effect of ending the epileptic seizures, but the personality changes in some way. There is that. There are people who have lost half of their brain and they still were able to function. There are people who have fluid accumulation in the brain, and the brain only exists in once on one side of the skull, and they still function properly. So if the injury is not very traumatic, there's this case of this American railroad worker for whom there was a metal bar that went through his head, Obviously, it damaged his brain, but he survived. It took out one of his eyes too. Let me find a American railroad worker brain injury. Brain injury. Who was this guy? Phineas Gage. Phineas Gage. Right there you have it, and this is the rod that went through his through his head. So he's a brain injury survivor. It destroyed much of his brain's left frontal lobe. So it depends, and he survived for several years. So it depends on the extent of the injury, what part of the brain is injured, and multiple factors. You can survive that. You can continue possibly to have a reasonably good life, but and the brain seems to rewire itself somehow. It changes the connections in some way, and it's able to adapt and give you as normal a life as possible somehow. Okay, Biju Saiga says there are 7 stages of empire collapse, and most likely the US is in the 6th stage or heading towards it. How much time will it take to reach the 7th phase? I am not aware of this theory of 7 phases or 7 stages, so I can't say. Is the US is it in the 6th stage really? So there are various models of an imperial cycle. What's an imperial cycle? The beginning of an empire, its rise, then it plateaus at the greatest extent at its zenith, and then there's a decline, and eventually the empire abates or dissipates or crumbles, ceases to exist. So that's an imperial cycle. And there are multiple theories in political science, mostly political science, about and also in history about what are the phases of an imperial cycle. I'm not aware of these 7 stages of imperial collapse. Most likely the US is in the 6th stage. I would disagree. So if you have 7 stages and you are in the 6th stage, it means you are in terminal decline. Is the US in terminal decline? I would disagree. I think the US is currently at the peak of its power. There is obviously societal decay in the US, and that's what many people seem to construe as imperial decline. Societal decay can obviously anytime be reversed. There's also the fact that there are competitors emerging to the US. One is China, one is Russia. They are worried about India also now. But the US has never been as powerful as it is right now. So I disagree that the US is in terminal decline. 6th stage out of 7 means terminal decline, and that is not how I see it. So I disagree with that. Now, how much time will it take to reach the 7th, which is final collapse? Can't say. You never know what's going to happen in the future. I am not a fortune teller. I am not somebody who makes predictions, unlike some other people. So I would say it may take 20 years, it may take 200 years. I don't know. I can't say. I am not in the business of making predictions. Sometimes, once in a while, I do. Once in a while, I made a prediction about Bangladesh, right, which came out to be true. But otherwise, I usually don't do that. So I will not venture a suggestion or a prediction about when the US will collapse. I can't say. God Spector says Jesus's teachings are misrepresented the most. What he speaks makes perfect sense with the understanding of Eastern philosophy is sad. If you say so. Look, I am not an expert in Christianity. I haven't studied Jesus's teachings. Actually, I want to hear a story. Once, when I was about probably 8 years old, I was once stuck in a hotel for one day. Parents had some work and so on. So it was not like I was confined in a jail cell. I was in a hotel room, nice hotel room, with a TV and stuff to do. Order food, do whatever you want. But I didn't feel like watching TV. I was kind of bored. So I opened a drawer in the hotel. This is a hotel room in Europe. When I was a kid, I opened a drawer and there's this little Bible, pocket Bible. They had kept there. So I was like, okay, this is interesting. Let's find out what this religion is about. So at the age of 8, in one day, I finished the whole book. I read the entire book. That's kind of interesting to some extent. I recall next to nothing today. I have said this so many times. When you read something, give yourself the permission to forget. Don't try to memorize things. So I just read the whole thing as if it was a storybook. It was kind of interesting. Made no impression on me. Otherwise, I would have remembered something today. I have read books at the age of my first novel I ever read was at the age of 7. I remember the entire story. It was called The Coral Island by Robert Ballantyne. A very racist book, actually. But the first novel I read, it took me 7 days to read it. And I remember the entire story. It's a 19th century novel. So I remember that, but I don't remember anything about this Jesus book, the Bible, that I read when I was a kid, when I was 8 years old, in one day in a hotel room in Europe, in the city of Geneva, Switzerland. Right? So it made no impression on me. If it is such a great, fantastic thing, it would have made some impression on me, especially when I was 8 years old and so impressionable and so eager to learn things. Anyway, see, that's entirely my perspective. Maybe I'm genetically biased or whatever, right? To each their own, I would say. Yeah, I am. See, I have nothing against any specific religion. I only have an issue with evil. See, foreign occupation is evil. The attempt to colonize and destroy nations is evil. To give religious justifications to the destruction and genocide of cultures and civilizations is evil. And that sort of thing doesn't come out of Hinduism or Buddhism or Jainism. Right? It doesn't come out of Eastern religions. So there's an issue with certain kinds of religions, it looks like. Yeah, I may be completely wrong about that. Yeah, but it looks like the justification for evil at scale seems to come out of certain kinds of religions. And that is sad. VSVS says only Kanglu Mia from Superpower Bangladesh can beat America. Bangladesh aura. Okay, sir. Okay. Nilesh Patil says, can India form something like an African Union? Why? Don't do anything unless it is of great benefit to you. Form something like the African Union. With whom? With whom? With African nations? With other nations here? Have you seen the kind of nations that surround India? The point is, do something if it makes sense from the perspective of the Indian national interest. In episode 313, Ziaul Haq question puppet government rotation power. Do you think USA too also have rotating power like the UK, Japan, and Pakistan? Okay, you are asking about a revolving door policy. In Japan, for example, prime ministers come and go. Only one prime minister has made any kind of impact in Japan, which is Shinzo Abe, who has regrettably been killed. The other prime ministers come and go, and after a few months, you don't even remember who was the previous prime minister. So many prime ministers come and go. In the UK, the same thing. In Pakistan also, the Americans have, done similar things, but in Pakistan, typically a leader lasts a while, typically. So the question is, does the US also have a rotating power like that? No, in the US, the actual power center is hidden away from everyone's view. The presidents come and go. American presidents typically rule or not rule, but are in the hot seat, let's say, typically for 4 to 8 years. See, Trump is in his second term as president. Obama was there for 8 years. George W. Bush was there for 8 years. Bill Clinton was there for 8 years. Yeah. So it's not a revolving door situation. It's not, as we can see. But the crux of the matter is that the president of the US doesn't really have the actual power. The actual power lies somewhere behind the scenes. That's the real thing. All right. Putin 44 says, stuck in corporate grind, mental and physical health suffering, worked hard, but labeled underperformer. How did you break free? Any advice? How did I break free? See, if you want to break free, you need to have some kind of skills. that will pull you out of that domain. Corporate work. So corporate grind means you are working in a corporation, in a company. And in a company, you typically have company processes, and you have to rise up the corporate ladder by getting promotions. To get a promotion, you need to be shown as somebody. You have to show that you are a performer. You have to impress your immediate manager and maybe the manager above that person, that sort of thing. And there's office politics and all that BS, right? That's corporate life. And yeah, if that's something you're not cut out for, it's gonna give you suffering, mental suffering. It could, if you are stuck sitting all day, you may end up having physical health suffering also. You may work hard, but yeah, sometimes it doesn't, you don't, because of various reasons, you don't get promotions. So what do? How do you break free? One option is you resign and you go and work in a different company. Maybe the atmosphere is better there. Maybe the milieu is less toxic. That's one thing. But if you want to escape corporate life entirely, how do you do that? See, you're asking, how does a bird break free from a cage? So, if you're able to break free, you have freedom. Now, in human life, what is freedom? The freedom to, you asking, how do you gain the freedom to do what you want with your life and your time? And the straightforward, simple answer is you need money for that. So you either have to save up some money that will allow you to be free, maybe for a year, maybe 2 years, maybe the rest of your life, depending on how much money you're able to save. Or you need to have some other skills that will break you out of corporate life, and maybe you start up something else. Maybe you become an entrepreneur. Maybe you become a life coach, whatever. Maybe you start a business of your own, or maybe you have just sufficient money that you can retire for the rest of your life. So the answer to all these problems is money. That's the hard answer. How do you break free? Money is the answer. You need money. You either save up money or you earn money. Two ways to acquire money. Whatever income you're earning, you either save as much as possible out of it, and eventually you have enough to break you free, or you find some way of earning money apart from what you're doing, and that maybe makes you free. That's my advice. I know it's not a shortcut. I know it's not an easy solution. It's the hardest solution. But life is hard, unfortunately. I'm sorry to say that, but it is. I cannot mislead you. Your solution lies in money. You're going to have to make money, earn money, acquire money, save money, whatever. That will break you free. All the best, sir. McLevin says, Roberto Giori was a passenger in flight IC814. De la Rue. Yes, De la Rue. Well, this is De la Rue is a British currency printer. And Roberto Giori was what? The CEO, the owner? What was he? Something like that, right? So, De la Rue, a historic British company renowned globally as a secure printer and paper maker. They were printing Indian currency notes. For some reason, India had given the contract to print Indian rupees to this British company. And the Pakistanis were also involved with this company. Okay? And this individual, Roberto Giori, was a passenger on that aircraft that was hijacked by Pakistani terrorists in 1999? Yeah. So, Roberto, what on earth? Giori. This is some other Giori. Gualtiero Giori. Is it? Who is Gualtiero Giori? Clearly not the guy who was in the hijacked aircraft. Did he have a son called Roberto? So, okay, the point is that the guy who was running De La Rue, or one of the very, very important people of this company, was on that aircraft, and that kind of had sort of a chain reaction of sorts. Okay. Hyphen says, can you tell us the things India is doing right? India is doing a good job in growing its economy. The last quarter, it was 8% plus, right? 8% plus growth of its GDP. India, India has done a tremendous job of breaking free of the shackles of the previous government, and India is doing a great job with its economy. Um, India's foreign policy is excellent. The best foreign policy that India has had since 1947. India is doing great at infrastructure building highways, building airports, building ports. All of that India is doing great. India clearly is doing great when it comes to Atmanirbharta in military technology. Obviously, it's baby steps. It's step by step. We put one foot in front of the other. But there is this major focus now on indigenizing technologies. We want to manufacture jet engines over here. We want to manufacture as many kinds of weapons as possible within India itself using indigenous technology. So that is happening. So many things India is doing right. What else? Yeah, definitely foreign policy, definitely infrastructure, definitely the push for Atmanirbharta, or definitely economic growth. I would say it can still do better, but definitely doing well in economic growth. India is doing well. India is doing great in dealing with Pakistan. India is doing great in the field of foreign policy. The way India has uh, forged great relations with nations in the West Asia region, in the Gulf region, in the Africa region. India has played a major role in bringing the African Union into the G20. So India is doing a lot of things right. Obviously, there are things we are not doing that right also, but the question is about what we're doing right. So I can think of these things off the top of my head. I'm sure there's more. Rahul says, what could be the first real applications of quantum computing? How far along is India in this field, and how can this technology be weaponized? Well, quantum computing, what are the real applications of quantum computing? Secure communications, breaking encryption. uh, when it comes to breaking encryption, that is weaponization. So, quantum computing is a technology that will allow computers that use it to perform computations that your standard computers cannot perform. So there are certain operations that would take a standard regular computer like the ones we use all the time, ones that are in phones and so on. It would take several thousand years, for example, and a quantum computer can do it in maybe half an hour, maybe in a few minutes. And quantum computing uses quantum mechanical properties and phenomena such as quantum entanglement, superposition, etc., to perform computations, especially superposition. Um, so, if you want to, let's say, if you have a very, very complex password, if you have a secure system, you have a very complicated password that is in terms of hundreds of characters, including special characters and whatnot, and it's impossible to guess it, then what you can do is you can use a brute force attack. And a classical standard computer will take centuries to do it, maybe thousands of years. And a quantum computer will can potentially break it in a matter of minutes, because it does computations entirely differently from a standard computer. So that's one application, and that's weaponization of the technology. Another application is the secure communications that cannot be hacked because of the property of entanglement. So yeah, these are some of the first, let's say, real applications of quantum computing. How far along is India in this field? It seems that we also have a quantum computer somewhere in India, but I'm not sure how far we are. See, in India, we have this tendency to create technology demonstrators. Oh, we have developed the technology. Look at this demonstrator. Look at this demonstration. Happy? Done. Ho gaya. Baith jao. That's the tendency India has. In 1974, we said, Dekho, we have tested a nuclear weapon in Pokhran. So let us now go to sleep for 25 years. It was just a technology demonstrator. We did not actually intend to use this technology. We just wanted to show the world and impress the world that we are very brilliant. So that's the deal with India. I hope that some real progress is being done. So at least one quantum computing system has been developed in India that I'm aware of. I don't remember where it was, somewhere in the southern part of India. I'm not sure how much funding the government has allocated to quantum computing. Let's just quickly find out, shall we? How much funding? How much funding has India allocated to quantum computing? Let's see. National Quantum Mission, 6,000 crore, not even $1 billion. India has allocated 6,000 crore rupees, $750 million for its national quantum. When you are allocating less than $1 billion to quantum computing, what are we doing? Look, for you and me, $1 million is a lot of money. I know that. But from a national perspective, when you're allocating less than $1 billion to something as important as your national quantum mission, what are we doing? Looks like we have no ambition. Looks like we are doing everything, in a non-serious way. So there we have it. I suppose what you can do is give each engineer and scientist a salary of 15,000 rupees and then maximize the use of the money. That's what India excels at. What are the scientists? What are the salaries of the engineers in ISRO? What is the average salary? Let's find out. Okay. Average salary in ISRO. Let's find out the average salary. Significantly, 15-20 lakhs annually. So if it is 15 lakhs annually, it's about 1 lakh a month. 1.5 lakhs a month. No less than that. If it's 20, it's 1.5. And once you take out the tax and all, how much do you get? Starting salaries, 4 to 9 lakhs. I mean, we pay our engineers and scientists so less. How will we motivate people? And then we have less than $1 billion allocated. So I'm not sure what we're doing really, honestly. K23 or 40 says, are landlocked nations always at a disadvantage? For example, Ethiopia wants to go to war for Eritrea's port access. It's not always a disadvantage. In the 12th century AD, there was this little landlocked nation called Mongolia. Do you know what it did? So it's not always going to be a disadvantage. What really makes or breaks a nation or determines the future of a nation and the fate of a nation is the quality of its leadership. That's what truly matters. If you have a world-class, once-in-a-century kind of leader, you may be landlocked, you may be a little island, you may still rule the world. Look at England. Little island. They ruled the entire world once. Their descendants still rule the world. Right? So there was a sea-locked nation. Mongolia was a landlocked nation. There is no such thing. Whatever constraints you face are mostly psychological constraints. There's always a way out. There's always a way to achieve whatever you want, as long as you have the wherewithal to do it. Okay. Slendies says, how do you stay focused for 6 hours without stopping working? How to deal with the distraction and hustling? How to not get up until it's done? How do I stay focused for, let's say, 6 hours without stopping my work? Well, I do work that I find interesting. That I find exciting. Nobody has told me what to do, right? I decide what I do. I don't have a boss. I don't take orders from a boss. My boss is me. I, with the blessings of the gods, am in a situation, in a position in life where I decide what I do. So I give myself the order to do the most interesting work I can do. I have a number of projects that I'm working on, and these are projects I have chosen because I find them super interesting and super exciting. So when you're doing that sort of work, why will you not be able to focus on it? And let's say that you are doing a task. It's super exciting, super fascinating, super interesting. You chose the task, you're doing it, but it's possible after working on it for 2 3 hours, your brain may say, enough, I need a break. In that case, what I do is I switch to a different different task. So now the brain can switch off from that and do something differently. So you can continue the work, right? So that's what I do. Now, how do you deal with the distractions when hustling? Well, it's impossible to completely avoid distractions, right? What you can do is change your environment, control your environment as much as possible. If you have 78 distractions in the room that you're working in, it's going to be a problem. If you take all the distractions and put them outside as far away as possible, then you will be less prone to distractions. If you are doing some serious work, but you have your phone next to you and blah, blah, blah going on and whatever, social media and whatnot, messages, notifications, then you're gonna be tempted to look at what's happening. Oh, what's happening? What's happening? So control your environment in such a way that as many distractions as possible are removed. That's what you do. And how to not get up until it's done. Well, decide how long, no, how to not get up until it's done. Well, that comes from discipline. Discipline is a muscle that you train. Let's say you are thin and you want to get big. So you go to gym, you lift weights, let's say 5 days a week, and you do it for 12 months at a stretch, right? In a proper way. That's how you bulk up. And obviously you have to eat the right diet. And the more you do it, the more discipline you get. So discipline is about being consistent, doing it over and over again. And the more consistent you are, the easier it becomes for you to be disciplined. So that's how you do it. All right. All the best. Rahul says, will reducing population growth lead to a better quality of life? Considering it might cause fertility issues later on, how do we manage? Reducing population growth is going to make the population age faster. It will raise the median age of the population as time goes by. That means that you will have fewer and fewer young people in your population, which is not good for the population, which is not good for the future of the nation. So if you want better quality of life, you have to reduce not population growth, but population itself. So let's say India sets up 50 bases on Mars. And each base can, let's say, accommodate 1 million people. So, and then we ask for volunteers. Who among Indian citizens wants to go and live on Mars for the rest of their life? We'll give you a great lifestyle there. So then we are able to send 50 million people to Mars. Then maybe the population becomes less without doing anything nasty. And then you will have better quality of life because there'll be less competition for resources. So that's how we do it. By reducing population growth, you're going to cause tremendous problems down the line. So how do you manage? Obviously, we don't have 50 Mars bases. We don't have a single Mars base or a moon base. What do we do? How do we manage? We bring the population down over a couple of centuries. We have to control the TFR. We have to fine tune the TFR. Right now it's 2 or 1.9, which is bad. The replacement level TFR is 2.1. Maybe we can make it 2.05 for the next 50 years. For the next 200 years, maybe. Then it comes down very slowly, very gradually. That sort of thing is what we need to do. VSVS says, do you think IT coolies are good people? Why not? See, IT coolie is a derogatory word, actually. It's not a nice thing to say about people who are working in IT. Why will they not be nice people? Cyber coolies, right? I am guilty of using the term. I have been one myself. I think I'm a reasonably good person. I was one too, right? Look, Most people are nice people. Most people are good people. If you look at any nation, any population, most people are just decent, hardworking people. There's only a small segment of any population that's going to have non-good qualities. And that's something you'll see everywhere. So why are IT workers not good people? Of course they're good people. Most of them are. Ganpati says, I am from Tamil Nadu, and the situation here is bad. Hindu temples controlled by a guy called Shekhar Babu, who is a crypto-Christian. Tamil Nadu needs another Raghunatha Kilavan. Google him up. Cross more danger than crescent. Okay, sir. My policy is I don't discuss internal politics in these matters. So I thank you for for the information you have given, but I don't discuss India's internal politics. I don't discuss inter-religious conflicts within India. So yeah, that's what I can say. See, the thing is, I can't fight every fight in the world. Obviously, there are problems in India. I have spoken about this. There are problems in India. One of the problems in India is the industrial scale conversions to foreign religions that are happening within India. Definitely big issues. And in some states, you have way more of that than in other states. But so that's what I can say. And thank you for the information you have given. And I hope that the great land of Tamil Nadu will do well again. Right now, maybe it's not doing that well, like you're reporting to us. The Tamil people are fantastic, some of the nicest people you will meet in the world. Such rich history of Hinduism in Tamil Nadu, such devoted people you will find most of the time. So I hope that things get better. I hope so. VSVS says, what was your opinion on being celibate before marrying? Do you think the modern norm contrary to this is dharmic? I think ideally you should be celibate before marrying. We are human beings. We are different from animals, right? We have something called the institution of marriage. The institution of marriage is the basis of civilized existence. That is what differentiates us from animals. So ideally, you should remain celibate before marrying. It's not like, you know what, before I decide on one cake, I want to try every shade, every flavor of other cakes and ice cream and all that. What is this? Are we dogs? Are we animals? Even dogs don't do that. I think it is adharmic to indulge in such behavior. Many of you may disagree. That's fine. That's what I believe. You in life, you should be loyal to one person, in my opinion. Pratardana says, Indo-Greek coins show them in bandana crowns, which suspiciously looks like our priest king's bandana. The resemblance is fascinating. Let's take a look, okay? Indo-Greek coins. Coins. Okay, let's see. Okay, you have Melinda. This is Artemidoros. He is wearing what seems to be a bandana kind of thing. This gentleman here also is wearing a bandana. This is Apollodotus the second. He also is wearing a bandana. Yeah, this is obviously Kanishka. This is a person, Melinda, who's wearing a helmet. Who is this? Hermaios, who is also wearing a bandana kind of thing on his head. Very interesting. And obviously, when we talk about the so-called priest king, we don't know if it was a priest king or who he was. But yeah, this very celebrated, famous statuette. This gentleman is also wearing a bandana kind of thing, that same sort of thing on his head. Very interesting. A very interesting pattern you have pointed out over here. The resemblance is indeed fascinating. Yeah, but we don't have this today, and that tradition seems to have been discontinued at some point in time. But yeah, that's an interesting pattern that you have discovered here. I will dig deeper into this. Thank you. Chintya Anand says, same reason for Austrian painter's book. Or which same reason? You clearly are referring to something I discussed some time ago. But I've taken so many questions, I don't remember what it was about. But okay. Chinnu says, do you believe in Pareto principle? Is it applicable everywhere? When are you going to make a video on raising standards? Okay. Do I believe in the Pareto principle? I think it's a principle that makes sense. Of all the work you do, it's only a small fraction of it that actually brings in most of your results. Indeed. And if you take the Pareto principle to the next level, that 20% of the work you do gives 80% of your results. Then if you take 20% of that 20%, that's only 4%? Whatever the number is. So that gives you about half of your results. So yeah, it actually does make sense. I have seen this in my own experience. Roughly 20% or something of your work gives you most of your results. Indeed. Is it applicable everywhere? I'm sure it's not applicable everywhere. It's applicable in productivity, mainly in productivity, in the kind of work you do and all. It's not applicable everywhere. It's not a law of nature. It's not a physical law of the natural universe, but it kind of applies in productivity. When am I going to make a video on raising standards? See, I did this whole series of 50 live streams in which I'm sitting on camera and working non-stop for 8 hours. That is raising standards. That was a series on raising standards, because that kind of serves to show you how much work it takes to do anything meaningful. You have to be genuinely dedicated, and you really, really have to work hard. So that was a series on raising standards. I could make a series of videos in which I talk about specific aspects of raising standards. I could do that too. Maybe it'll be something I do this coming year, but I haven't decided yet. All right. Pratar Dana says, China hypes, but India hides capabilities. Why? I think it's the other way around. India loves to boast. China hides its capabilities. But once you become so big that the capabilities can't be hidden, that's when you talk about them. For the longest time, China hid everything. Deng Xiaoping had this maxim, right? Hide your time, hide your strength and bide your time. Means you keep quiet, don't boast, work as hard as possible, grow your economy, grow your industrial base, and when the time is right, you can talk about it. So that's what China did. China kept very quiet until about 2012. But India, we love to boast, which is a big problem. I see it the other way around. India doesn't hide its capabilities. India tries to boast. Indians love to boast. The Chinese keep quiet. That's the problem. Okay, Monish Sabrinath says, I met you this year at the Jaipur Summit. It was a dream come true moment for me as a follower for 3 years. Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure if I see your face, I'll be able to remember you. But yeah, I met lots of people there, and I can't remember the face right now. So I'm just thinking which one. Anyway, thank you so much for being a follower for 3 years. I'm sure it was a great pleasure to meet you in Jaipur, and I look forward to meeting you in the future as well. All right, sir. Do well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being a follower for 3 years. Thank you so much. UMXG lol haha says, does one require excessive mathematics or knowledge of science to be good at developing software or computer related stuff? No. If you want to develop software, you need to have a logical mind. You need to understand how logic works. There are people who can't understand mathematics until it is represented in terms of computer code, in programming language, maybe Python code, maybe C code, whatever. Let's say you are doing integration, triple integration. Okay. Now, integration is something you learn in calculus. Let's say you're doing triple integration along 3 variables. Or let's say you're doing a Fourier transform. What on earth is a Fourier transform? No one understands this but But it's to many people it makes sense when you write the code for a Fourier transform. So you don't need knowledge of mathematics or science to be good at developing software. You need to have a logical mind, and you need to learn the programming languages properly, or one language, right? Depending on what kind of work you're doing. So yeah, you don't need any knowledge of mathematics. Your mind needs to be sound and logical. That's all. Biju Saika says, "Did you watch Oppenheimer film? I think it's boring. I kind of find it boring. I watched it. Yeah. See, there are some movies when you watch them, you remember the story, you remember the visuals for a long, long, long time. Oppenheimer, I don't remember the visuals. It was kind of dull and boring. I do remember kind of the story, some bits and pieces of it. I don't remember all the characters. It was not that great. It was okay for a one-time watch, for a one-time viewing. It's not something that's memorable for me. Yeah, so I agree with you. Abhishek Srivastav says, did the US engineer COVID-19 to derail Chinese economy? It's stuck at 18 trillion. Well, how will I know? How will I know? I don't know. Can't say. It's possible, but we don't have any evidence. So I cannot really say. Okay. Monish Sabrinath says, I'm a PhD student, planned to work on artificial biological cells. But because of my supervisor, I changed to regular cancer research. My curiosity in research is crushed. What should I do? It's becoming heavy day by day. What I would recommend, see, this is a common problem that PhD students face in India. I should know. I've been there. What I will recommend to you is this: swallow the pain. Whatever it takes, get your degree. And then go somewhere where you can actually do the work you want to do. Indian supervisors, most of them are third-rate people. Some of them are great, no question. But most of them are just average, mediocre people who have no interest in whatever research they are doing. Oftentimes, they will steal half of their students' research. If a student does some work, the work will be published, but the supervisor's name will be first as the primary author. There's all kinds of problems. What I will tell you is just get your PhD degree. Do the research, get it done, write up your thesis, get the viva done, get the degree, do some publications in the meanwhile, get a few publications in your name. Even if you are not the primary author, as long as you are one of the authors, it's fine. And then go and do the research wherever it is being done. Maybe in this country, maybe outside the country, whatever it is. All right. That's what I will recommend to you. Don't give up, get the degree, and then find a way to do the research you want to do. All right, Monish, all the best. Do well. Sagar Dadimani says, I'm 24. I had 8 intestine surgeries. Oof. Get infection frequently. I'm not able to focus on studies. Also brain injury. Feeling to quit MBA government seat. Guide me. I'm so sorry to hear about this issue, the health issue. 8 intestine surgeries. My goodness. I'm so sorry that you had to go through this, my friend. You get infection frequently. Not able to focus on studies. Also brain injury. Feeling to quit MBA government seat. How can I guide you about this? First of all, you need to get your health sorted. There's obviously some issue. You need to get the right medical treatment done. Maybe you need to change doctors if your doctors or your hospital is not able to solve the problem and you're having this repeated infections or whatever it is. Maybe you should go to somebody else, get a second, third, fourth opinion, and find somebody who will cure you. That's the first thing you have to do. Because without health, you have nothing. If you are, let's say you are a crorepati, you're a billionaire, let's say, you will have 100 problems in life. But if you are a billionaire with health issues, you only have one problem. The other problems go away. My point is, please sort out your health first of all. Focus on that. If you have to postpone your MBA for a while or whatever, do that. But look, if your health is going to continue like this, that's going to be a problem for you. So your first focus, your main focus should be on your health. If it's infection or something, it should be treatable, and there should be a permanent cure for that. And if you have surgery after surgery, you obviously, I can understand, you can't focus on studies. It will affect other parts of the body also eventually. So my main advice to you is, first of all, please take care of your health. Get this sorted. Get this fixed. Maybe change doctors, change hospital, whatever. Find a proper, permanent solution to this. Then take a focus on the studies. That's what I would say. So once again, I'm really sorry to hear that you had to go through this. You're still perhaps going through it. Please sort out your health. Get healthy. Then do everything else. All the best, my friend. Sagar. Harshay it says, I was flirting with a random Pakistani girl, and guess what? They know more about us. Some complex questions were asked by her on Hinduism, but I managed. What are my thoughts? What are my thoughts? How did you find a random? You mean flirting online? Or did you meet the person in real life? What are my thoughts? Okay, so they know more about us. Okay, and she asked some complex questions about Hinduism, and you were able to manage. So, well, it's a good thing that they are curious about their own heritage. See, Pakistanis, what is their heritage? Their heritage is our heritage. Their ancestors practice Hinduism. So it is but natural for at least some of them, those who have reasonable amount of intelligence, to be curious about their own ancestral heritage and the culture and civilization of their ancestors. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. That's my thought. Yeah. Bossman says, can you tell how passport indices are calculated? Most passport rankings are based on how many nations give you visa-free access. So if you are a nation, let's say you are nation X, which means that you are a passport holder of nation X. And if 40 other nations give your nation visa-free access, which means you can simply take the passport and without taking a visa, you can go to the country and enter, then your score is 40. But if you are a nation Y and 100 nations offer you visa-free access, then your score is 100, which is greater than 40. And if you are Japan with 190 countries that give you visa-free access, then you are number one on the rankings. So it is based on how many nations give you visa-free access, visa-free entry to your citizens. That's how passport indices are calculated. That's what I know. If there are some other rankings based on some other factors, I don't know, but that's what I've seen. Okay, King Ritvik says, I am a class 10 student from St. Xavier, Bhubaneswar. Okay. Debate competition topic was India's freedom struggle. I saw your video on Mr. Gandhi continued. There's a continuation somewhere. Okay. King Ritvik says, I completely memorized and made notes based on my video on how Mr. Gandhi was a British agent and compared between Mr. Gandhi and Lincoln. I delivered it. Okay. Let's see what happened then. When I was speaking, everyone was shocked. My friends clapped for me. I became a role model for my juniors. Juniors were amazed, except for the teachers. Naturally, your teachers will not like it. Okay. Then what happened? But then I got scoldings from all my teachers, and who said, you cannot say all these things. Principal sir said, you have to bring your parents on Monday. What will happen? My dear friend Ritvik, well, you are brave. You are also slightly immature. But I'm proud of you. Everyone is immature at your age. But you had the courage to do something which others will not dare to do. So you have the quality of courage. But my recommendation to you is to use your courage wisely. See, when you say what I what you did about Mr. Gandhi in front of your teachers, you are guaranteed to get a scolding. They will now see you as a bad person. Like, Mr. Gandhi is the father of our nation. He is the Mahatma. How can you say such things? There has to be something wrong with you. Now the principal will obviously ask your parents to come on Monday. What's going to happen? Well, what's going to happen depends on your parents now. Do your parents also regard Mr. Gandhi as a Mahatma? Do they regard him as a saint? In that case, you will get scolding from your parents too. But listen, that's okay. That's okay. You don't have to agree with everything your parents believe in. Maybe your parents don't have this right information. It's also possible, right? So clearly, you understand what Mr. Gandhi truly was about. And sometimes you have to stand up for what you believe in. And if that means that you're going to get a scolding, well, so be it. So I will again say I'm proud of you. I would, if I were in your position, what I would do, okay, I'm just giving an alternative to what can be done. If I were in your position with the wisdom that I have today at this age, but if I was in your position, what I would do is I would say all these things to my friends, but I would not say it on the stage in front of my teachers, because I know the teachers won't understand and they will now label me as a troublemaker. So now that all this has happened, call your parents to the principal's office. As a kid, I've also been there. Okay. But before you take your parents there, you tell them exactly what happened, so that there is no surprise for your parents. And then let your parents decide. If they stand with you, good. If they don't stand with you, if they scold you, if they're unhappy, then that will pass. Okay. But anyway, I really commend your courage. I applaud your courage. But I would say be a little more judicious in the future. You should ideally not say these things in front of your teachers. Teachers can create a lot of trouble in the context of the Indian education system. And if they label you as a troublemaker, they could make your life a little more difficult. Anyway, Ritvik, once again, I'm proud of you. If you get scoldings and all that, don't be discouraged. You clearly are a brave, courageous, and intelligent person, and use these qualities wisely, and you will do great in life. Right? The things that we go through when we are young, when we are children, when we are teenagers, they shape our character. And those memories eventually, they may sometimes be traumatic when you go through them, but when you grow up, you may kind of remember them as something that was not that big of a deal. Anyway, all the best, Ritvik. All the best. Okay, what's the next question? Arkadiusz Dwarshvili says, apart from first principles, shed light on how to think. How to think. How to think. Thinking comes naturally to us. Thinking, how to think. Thinking is something that comes naturally, but is there structured thinking? Structured thinking is obviously you use mental models for thinking. Now, I am pretty sure I use multiple mental models to think, but I don't know what these mental models are called, because I've never opened a book of mental models and decided I will use this pattern of thinking or that model of thinking. I probably have developed mental models on my own, knowingly or unknowingly, since the beginning. So I'm not sure how to explain that. That's actually a very good question. How to think. How to think. So I'll have to think about how to think, how to communicate this to you all. So right now, I don't have an answer to this question. I'll have to first think about it. How to communicate, how to think. Of course, I know how to think, but how do I communicate that? And I have not thought about what are the patterns and structures to my thinking process. Obviously, I use multiple structured processes that are probably called mental models. So what I'll have to do is I'll have to think about it. And how do I think about things properly? Let me explain this to you. How to think. We all think all the time. Some people believe it's overthinking, some people believe whatever. For me, my brain is on, I'm always thinking something. Okay. But if you want to think properly in a structured fashion, how do you do that? You do it by writing your thoughts down on paper, not on a keyboard, on paper, pen on paper. And when you do that, it crystallizes your thoughts, it focuses you, it forces you to think in a structured manner. And when you write things down, you can immediately see if there are defects, deficiencies, or flaws in your thinking. And then you can amend that and restructure that. So one of the ways to think clearly or to improve your thinking is by writing. So that's one insight I can give you. But I'll have to think about this in detail by writing about it. Okay, how many? It's 3 hours, 21 minutes. I still have 37 super chats to take. Please stop taking super chats, otherwise I'll be stuck here forever, which is a privilege. It's a privilege that you all ask me these questions. But let us end it soon for this session. Obviously, we'll keep doing it. I'll keep taking super chats. So yeah, 3.5 hours is a little long. Okay, time space theory says sun god has 7 horses that are Vibgyor. Brahma breath represents the cycles, time cycles. If these are abstract ideas, why do you call them mythology and not science? Because ancient math was also in the form of verses. Okay. See, if I lived in the second millennium BC, 2000 BC, let's say, or 1800 BC, then I would call all of these things science. Because at that time, let's say 1800 BC, we did not have the knowledge and the data that we have today. We did not know at the time what was the spectrum of hydrogen, what were the spectra that you could observe from galaxies. We did not know that galaxies were receding at a certain rate from us. We did not know there was something called cosmic microwave background radiation. We did not know that atoms have energy levels. The atomic theory was kind of known, Kanada, right? He put forth the atomic theory. But we do not know that atoms are made of what? Subatomic particles, protons, neutrons, electrons. We do not know that electrons can only occupy certain shells, energy levels, because of that's the base of quantum mechanics. All these things that we know today, we did not know at the time. So if I was a person who lived around 1800 BC, I would consider all these things to be science. But science evolves. So what we call science today, maybe in 2000 years will sound like superstition or mythology. Right? My point is, from today's perspective, what was considered to be science 3000, 4000 years ago is no longer science. And 2000 years from today, what we consider to be science today will be considered very basic. That is my point. From today's perspective, from my perspective, if you're talking physics, you're talking about observable evidence, about empirical physical objects and phenomena. We're talking about everything with a mathematical foundation, which means everything has, you can describe it mathematically through equations. Okay, I hope I have explained what I mean by science today and what is no longer science from today's perspective. I'm not trying to deride you or offend you. I understand your perspective. But once you study science rigorously, properly, then you will understand the difference between what is today science and what is today no longer scientific in nature. So when we talk about 7 horses which are Vibgyor, how do I put that in a scientific perspective? What is Brahma breath? It is an allegory, let's say, for cycles of time, abstract ideas, or whatever you want to call it. But how do I create a physical theory out of that is underpinned by mathematics? Doesn't work like that, right? I'm sure you may agree or disagree, which is perfectly good. You have the right to disagree. But I would recommend that if you are genuinely interested in these matters, in these topics, then get yourself a proper modern scientific education and then decide for yourself whether you still agree with this or not. And look, if you're a scientist, for example, you don't necessarily have to be an atheist. I'm not saying that you have to be atheistic and all that. There are plenty of scientists who are absolutely not atheists. So yeah, that's my perspective. I hope I have given some kind of clarity about how I see things. And obviously, many of you probably may disagree with that, which is perfectly fine. Please feel free to disagree. We don't have to agree on everything, but the disagreements should be healthy and constructive. So maybe you can try and understand what I'm trying to say here, what the perspective is. Science is a discipline. And if you are a scientist, you have to be disciplined and structured in your thinking. You cannot take liberties that go beyond the boundaries of what is considered to be proper science today. Kiran More says, Google and Microsoft investing in India to make data centers in the future. Is this a good thing for India in the upcoming future? Data center is like a well or a pot, that we will put some pots in India in which we will dump data. So to create a data center, you buy storage and set up the storage facilities in India. What does India gain from that? Some money, perhaps. It will consume a tremendous amount of power, which is fine. But does India gain some new knowledge, some new technology from this? Not really. I'm not sure how this helps India tremendously. What India needs is indigenous technological capabilities. Google sets up a big data center in India. Maybe how much employment will it generate? Data centers? Very little employment. I don't know what is the benefit of this for India, actually. Yeah. Ritik Pawar says, why is India not aggressive, at least in the subcontinent? You may have heard me say this, that when it comes to Western Europe, which is the major power there? It's the United States. It's not France, it's not Germany, it's none of the European nations. It's the United States, which is the most powerful nation in Western Europe, even though it's not physically in Western Europe. Now, when it comes to the Indian subcontinent, which is the most powerful nation? It is the United States. I hope that answers the question. Marshall says, have you watched Dhurandhar yet? If not, are you planning to watch it? Love your insights. Look, I did watch it. I answered this question like 3 times today. So I'll not explain again, all over again in detail. It's a great movie. I watched it. I really enjoyed it. I look forward to seeing the sequel. I really liked the movie a lot, which is a big surprise to me and I broke my own rule of not watching Hindi movies, not watching Bollywood movies. And I'm glad I did. Great movie overall. Monish says, I have seen people saying we don't eat beef, but we eat other cattle meat in the past. I personally don't eat any cattle meat, but this confuses me. See, when we talk about the word cattle, what do we mean? We talk about the animals that belong to the bovine family, bovine. So what animals does this include? It includes cows. It includes buffaloes. Buffaloes are not cows, right? They're different. They look like cows, with a similar face like cows, but they have a bigger body in slightly different bone structure. They would black skin, different shape of horns. So they are like cousins of the cow. Then you have yaks. Yaks are like gigantic, hairy, thick, furry cows that live in the Himalayas, right? They are perfectly at home in sub-zero temperatures, snow and all. They are happy there. A regular cow can't be there. So bovine animals are cows, yaks, buffaloes, gaur. You know gaur? The world's largest bovine beast? Gaur. 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 This gigantic beast. The world's largest bovine animal. Incredibly powerful, super muscular. So that's also a bovine animal. You could consider it to be wild cattle. So, in what we call Hinduism or Hindu Dharma, obviously we don't eat beef. That's the biggest taboo. But you can eat buffalo. Yeah. From my perspective, cow and buffalo are almost the same, actually. But yeah, in Hinduism, you can eat buffalo meat. So, you know, you it's up to you. If you don't eat cattle meat, then don't eat cattle meat. If some see, Hinduism is super, super plural. So many different traditions are part of Hinduism. So many different ways of life are part of Hinduism. And some of these may not make sense to a lot of people, but they are still part of our culture. So even if it some of these things may make some of us uncomfortable, we have to respect that this is also part of our culture for some of us. It is what it is. Okay. Ankita Kachap has gifted 20 memberships of the channel. Thank you so much, ma'am. You are so kind. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Shonak Kokate says, Rani Tarabai, despite being a woman in the 1700s, led Marathas to victory after all male heirs and all hope was lost, ending the 27-year Maratha War of Independence, yet remains unsung and unheard. So I have not studied Maratha history in any significant detail because of paucity of time and whatnot. But let us see about Rani Tarabai. So I'm not aware of this great lady. Rani Tarabai Bhosale, 1675 to 1761, was a legendary Maratha warrior queen, daughter-in-law of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and regent of the Maratha Empire, who fiercely led resistance against the Mughal Empire after her husband Rajaram's death. Okay, ensuring the Maratha kingdom's survival and expansion through her military genius, administrative skills, and unwavering courage against Aurangzeb's forces. Okay, I'll not go into further detail, but wow, okay. You see, and well, and we don't know so much about her. Very few people apparently know about her. She remains unsung and unheard. Well, thank you for pointing this out, Shonak. I will look up the life and career of this great lady, and I will recommend that whoever is interested in Maratha history or history, Indian history, should do the same too. All right, sir. Thank you so much for pointing this out. Saurabh Mahajan says, how do tectonic plates decide where to move next? It's like asking, how does the wind or the clouds decide where to move next? The winds don't have a consciousness. The clouds aren't conscious. They don't decide what to do. It is the forces of nature that govern what happens to the winds, to the clouds, similarly to tectonic plates. So how is the earth structured internally? At the very center of the earth, you have a solid metallic core, iron and nickel mostly. It is under so much pressure from the entire weight of the earth that it is metallic. It's extremely hot. Above that, you have liquid metallic nitrogen, not nitrogen, nickel and iron. It's liquid and it's flowing. It's not stationary, it's flowing. And it's under extreme pressures and temperatures. It is ionized, which gives rise to the Earth's magnetic field. Above that, you have the magma layer, magma. Magma is molten rock. So that also flows around, sloshes around. Above that, you have the Earth's mantle. Above that, you have the Earth's crust. So above the molten magma layer, you have non-molten rock. And that is in the form of these massive tectonic plates. If you have seen tea with milk at a high temperature, you pour it into a cup, and you let it sit for a while, it will develop a layer of cream, right? Of thin, solid layer. The Earth's crust is like that. Below it is all molten rock. And the movement of the molten rock, the liquid, it moves the tectonic plates around. And that's how tectonic plates, which are floating on top of the liquid magma, that's why they keep moving around over very long geological time scales. So they don't decide what to do. It is the forces of physics, the laws of physics and the forces of nature that decide how they move. Okay, A.R. Bhatt says, what if India ramps up its defense budget to 5% GDP suddenly? well, we will suddenly have a lot of money to invest in our military upkeep, in our military expenditure. So we will be able to, let's say, procure way more missiles, maybe set up way more production lines for fighter aircraft, maybe build way more submarines that we currently are trying to build. Maybe if we have 50 warships that are being constructed right now, maybe we'll be able to have 50 more being constructed, maybe 100 more being constructed. Yeah, right. So yeah, it will be great for the military. It will be great for our national defense, national offense also. Yeah, that's what will happen. Rajat says, the other day I was quoting the definition of consciousness directly from Kena Upanishad, the most profound definition I have found so far across all philosophies and neuroscience. Let us see what's the definition of consciousness. Uh, Kena Upanishad, consciousness. What's it say? The Kena Upanishad explores consciousness by questioning the ultimate source behind our senses and mind, revealing that the Brahman, ultimate reality, isn't an object of perception, but the very seer in the eye, the hearer in the ear, the thinker in the mind, and it beyond them. It teaches the true realization comes from. Yeah. Okay, this is the philosophical definition or philosophical talk about consciousness. I am talking about a scientific definition of consciousness. And once again, one has to understand that philosophy and science are different. Science does come from philosophy, but science has very strict boundaries. Science has very strict discipline. We don't talk about non-physical objects and phenomena. So I am looking for a physical definition of consciousness, a definition of consciousness that is constrained by the laws of physics, which will also apply to neuroscience, by the way, because neuroscience is also constrained by the laws of physics. So I haven't found one yet. Nobody has found one. We have definitions from philosophy. We have various philosophical views on consciousness, which actually should inspire scientists. But these are not scientific definitions. But anyway, thank you for pointing this out, sir. Rajatji, thank you. Animesh Paul says, long time viewer here. Thank you. Love your work. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all my viewers. Well, this channel I wouldn't be doing all this if I did not have you all as my viewers. It's a privilege to have you all, and I never do take it for granted. So thank you so much, Animesh. Thank you. Shivansh says, Aravali range gave us one of the greatest kingdoms in the past 1500 years, Mewar. And now the government wants to destroy them. Geologically, does it make sense? I have not looked into this. I am not aware of what's going on. There seems to be some controversy. Obviously, if there's a controversy, there must be some real issue, but I have not looked into it. And even if I do look into it, this is an internal political matter, most likely. So I will most likely still not comment about it. I have my own rules and policies. I don't discuss Indian internal politics. So anyway, but I'm not aware of what's going on. I still haven't looked into it, so can't say. Okay. The Mandian says, significance of new military bases along Siliguri. You mean Bangladeshi bases or Indian bases? If the Bangladeshis are putting up new bases, let them do it. Let them do it. Who cares? Makes no difference. If we are putting up new bases, well, good. Dimnur Singh, good to see you, sir. Thoughts about boxing dying as a sport? No Ali or Frazier or Liston today. What do you think about influencer boxing? Well, was it Jake or was it Logan? Jake Paul or Logan? Who was it? Jake Paul. Yeah, it's Jake Paul, right? He fought Anthony Joshua. It was not a very serious fight. As I just saw like a 3-minute highlights reel. It was not a really serious fight. And it wasn't thrilling. It wasn't exciting. Yeah, you're right. There's no Muhammad Ali. There's no Frazier. There's no Liston. There's no George Foreman. There's no Mike Tyson. They've all retired. Yeah, it's kind of kind of stagnating, kind of dying. It's sad. People are now these days more enamored with MMA, mixed martial arts, um, which obviously is a more all-round discipline, isn't it? And obviously, MMA does use boxing skills. So I think it's sad that boxing is declining. There are no great, iconic fighters anymore today. It's sad to see that the last great iconic fighter, the last great fighter I saw was obviously Mike Tyson with his left hook. And you've had some good fighters. You had the who are those Ukrainian guys, two brothers? They used to fight. Not Shevchenko. Shevchenko is a footballer. And recently you had the other Tyson, right? The Gypsy Tyson, who was an entertaining guy. But yeah, it's no longer exciting anymore, which is sad. Truly sad. Boxing is a great sport. Not for everyone, good for watching for most people. It can damage your brain, but yeah, it's sad that this great sport is kind of declining now. VS says, Namaste Divnurji. Well, all right. All right. Aryan K says, thoughts on Advaita Vedanta and Trika Shaivism. Look, I'm no expert in these matters. My thoughts are not that relevant. You ask me my thoughts about some element of physics, something like that, it may be more relevant. I am not an expert in these matters. So, yeah. VS says, question by Ocean Gupta, what if we aren't real humans, but biological AI? Like a higher consciousness built this universe as a sim or a simulation. And our DNA is just the code that they wrote to see if we'd ever realize we're in a game. It's possible. That's the simulation hypothesis. This is one of the scenarios that is part of what we call the simulation hypothesis. The simulation hypothesis is that, maybe somebody, some higher civilization created a simulation of a world inside a computer. So when we play, PlayStation games or Xbox games, there's a world that we are playing in, right? The world is on the screen, and the character or whatever we're controlling is immersed in that world, and the world is simulated inside the computer's inside the computer, right? So maybe we are inside a 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional simulation created by higher dimensional beings, and maybe we don't realize that. It's something I have been thinking about for a very, very long time without even realizing I was thinking about a simulation hypothesis. When I was a little kid, I used to wonder if the world really is what it is. If I quickly look back, will I actually see the real world, or will something suddenly pop into existence just a frame too late? I used to wonder when I was a little kid. I was obviously wondering about the simulation hypothesis back then. So it's possible. It kind of can explain the way the world is. Will we ever realize, or can we ever devise a test that can determine whether we are actually in a simulation or not? I'm not sure. That's something that should be looked into. Is there a way to devise some kind of way of testing, determining whether we are inside a simulation or not? But yeah, what if, it's certainly possible that we may be in a simulation. Okay, Krishnant Bordoloy says, what's going to happen in the Ukraine-Russia war? The Ukraine-Russia war will end with the partition of Ukraine. Whenever it ends. Will it end in 3 months? Will it end in 3 years? I don't know. Most likely it will end, hopefully, by the end of 2026. Hopefully before that. Depending on how Trump and Putin are able to get things done. The onus is on Trump, not on Putin, actually. The onus is on Trump. So what's going to happen? Eventually, the nation of Ukraine will be partitioned. The eastern half will go to Russia. Or eastern portion, not half or quarter or third or whatever, will go to Russia. The rest will remain as rump Ukraine. That's what's going to happen. Russia is going to achieve its military and political objectives. Biju Saikya says, Does do substances like cocaine and marijuana actually really increase creativity? Once Stephen King said he wrote his best novels like IT, Kuyo, The Stand while consuming these substances. Ugh. I don't know. It is alleged that cocaine makes you more alert or something, and it is said that marijuana is kind of a depressant, which means it makes you slow and dull. I don't really know which is which. I suppose people who take cocaine are more hyperactive, and people who take marijuana are more lethargic. That's the impression I get, or I've got. But does it increase creativity? I don't really know. These are different kinds of stimulants, and they affect the way your brain works. Does one of these things make you more creative? I don't really know. I'm the wrong person to ask these questions. If Stephen King said that he consumed these substances and did great work, well, good for him. But I would not recommend any of us do that. Okay. Okay, UMXG lol haha says, how does VSVS come up with so many questions? I think VSVS is doing tremendous social service by taking questions from uh, the viewers who are maybe students or young people who can't take superchats, and he is taking superchats on their behalf. Maybe that's how he's coming up with so many questions. So VSVS has also donated many memberships of the channel, and Ankita ji also has done it, and some other people have also done that. So I am really grateful to all of you, my viewers, and to VSVS also, definitely, specifically, for being so kind to everyone who's watching. Thank you. Viraj Kamath says, is the widespread protein deficiency caused by the carb-heavy, extremist, vegetarian-influenced dietary habits responsible for poor Olympic or sports performance? No. The protein deficiency that most Indians suffer from, it's because starvation diet has become our tradition. The past 300 or so years before 1947, India was under brutal genocidal British occupation. The British engineered hundreds of artificial famines, during which Indians had to rely on a starvation diet. What is starvation diet? You have to rely on cooking things that you can store for a very, very long time, like pulses and things like that. And you rely on carbohydrate staples like rice, etc. And that became, so you have rice, you have dal. Then from rice you can make idlis and dosas and stuff. So everything became carb heavy. And now it's become part of a tradition. We think it's our heritage, it's our culture, it's our tradition. That's what we eat. But if you read ancient texts like the Manasolasa, etc., you will see there was so much variety of the kind of protein sources we consumed. So that's why Indians today have this tremendous protein deficiency and carb heavy diets. But it's not responsible for poor sports performance. The reason why we have poor performance in sports is because we are a low income nation. Sports is a luxury for most Indians. Do you understand? Because most Indians barely have enough money to live from day to day. Even today. That's the reason why we have poor sports performance. We are not a high income nation. And also because, see, even poor nations can produce great athletes. So if the government allocates specific funding for sports, but in India, it's like, so that's why we have poor sports performance, not because of the diet. When you're a sports person, your diet automatically changes. Otherwise, you can't perform. So that's the problem. McLevin reminds me, thank you for the reminder. You are going to upload compilation of your book reviews. I shall do that. Thank you for the reminder. I have been a little lax in that matter, but yes, I shall do it. Thank you so much, McLevin G, for the reminder. Okay, Piyush Suri has become a new member. Thank you very much, Piyush. Welcome to the membership. Really appreciate it. Godliness says, from farm laws and CAA agitation to Bangladesh and Qatar, why do we look so helpless all the time? Till when do we need to show this strategic restraint? This government can't even manage the online propaganda. Once again, let me remind you, like I have said so many times, I have pointed out a fact What is this fact? That when it comes to Western Europe, the major power there is the United States. It's not Germany, it's not France. The major power in Western Europe is the United States. What is the major power in the Indian subcontinent? Is it India? No, it's the United States. The sooner we start realizing this, the sooner we will start understanding what's happening and why the government of India has certain policies that frustrate us. It's because the major power in the Indian subcontinent is also the United States, even though it is physically not here. Because it has proxies. It has proxies to which it has probably given nuclear weapons. And when it comes to nations in like Qatar, they are also US proxies. Everything is coordinated. And when you have a nation like the US, which is like 20 times more powerful than India, the government of India has to take a step back for the interest of the nation. So that's how it is. So how long will we have to show this strategic interest, restraint? At least 20 more years. You will not like this answer, but it is a fact. Minimum 20 more years we'll have to, like Deng Xiaoping said, bide our time and grow. Vipul Pawar says, is physics limited by data or by ideas? Is physics limited by data or by ideas? So first of all, let's define what is physics. Physics is the laws of the universe, the laws that govern the universe. The universe, you will see, it is full of regularities and patterns. And we encode or represent these regularities and patterns using the language of mathematics. And we use that to try and define generalizations, which are what we call the laws of physics. The law of gravitation, general relativity, quantum mechanics, quantum field theory, the law of electromagnetism, electroweak theory, the standard model of physics, all of these things. These are our best mathematical representations of the regularities and patterns in the universe. So what limits our understanding of physics? Is it data? To some extent, it is data. We don't know what lies beyond the observable universe. There is a paucity of data. The data is not available. So yes, we don't know the true shape of the universe or the size of the universe. So that understanding of physics is limited by data, lack of data. Ideas, certainly. We are out of ideas right now as to about when we try to figure out what is dark matter or dark energy. We are currently out of ideas. We will need somebody to make a breakthrough somewhere. So there's a limitation by ideas also. There is a third limitation that we don't acknowledge. It is the limitation of the human intelligence. It is possible the universe is too complex for monkeys to understand. We are, after all, monkeys, aren't we? We are apes. Maybe the universe is way too complex for simple apes like us to understand. So what is the highest IQ that's possible for human beings? Above 120, you're intelligent IQ. Above 150 IQ, you are a genius. I think the highest human IQ possible may be around 200, 220 or something. But what if you need an IQ of 1000 to actually understand the universe? So there's a limitation there, limitation of human intelligence. So what are the limitations? Data, ideas, and human intelligence. Godliness says we already face drought, deforestation, decreasing water levels in rivers, and illegal mining. Now this new cancer-giving problem of AQI, do we even have the natural resources to be a developed state? Look, AQI issue is about pollution. Some of and in northern India, we have very poor AQI during the winters. We know that, right? Tremendous amount of smoke and pollutants in the air. When you fly over northern India, you can see the smog and the haze, and it's frightening. What's the reason for this? Well, we are a developing nation. We have to use energy to develop. The energy, most of it comes from burning coal. When you burn coal, it's going to send up all this smoke in the air. We have so many vehicles. The vehicles produce exhaust. That also adds that there is a major component of the smoke in the atmosphere. And then you have all the burning of the what fields at the end of the harvest season or whatever. That also adds to a lot of the smoke. So a lot of this is not. And there's the dust that comes out of the Thar Desert, which is a major cause of the dustiness of the Indian subcontinent. So all these factors add up. Some of these factors can be dealt with. Some of these are natural. But eventually, as we develop more, we should be able to tackle this. That's the whole thing. VSVS says, in order to be a tank, you have to wear a tank top. Chota Beam, Gita 12:18:7. I probably am not intelligent enough to understand this. Maybe it reads an IQ of 1/3 of maybe above 200. So, okay. Ghaul FX says Hyderabad government has imposed a second language as Telugu only and sidelining Hindi, which resulted in protests by Hindi belt immigrants. What are my thoughts? I have no thoughts about this. I don't discuss Indian internal politics, so I will desist from airing my thoughts over here, and I'm not aware of this issue anyway. Okay. Bio Homie says justice for SSR. Justice for Disha. And so on. Okay, if you say so, sir. All right. SK says, thank you so much, sir. Well, thank you so much. You too. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you so much. Krishant Bordoloy says, Russia-Ukraine war ends. Putin said EU leaders are pigs. Has the war ended, really? Let me see. Ukraine war. Has it ended? Not sure if it's ended. But anyway, I'm not sure what Putin has said, but all right. PRELTP says, why is the US pushing for social credit and surveillance system? Why India loses a propaganda war while other countries succeed? Is the US pushing for social credit and surveillance? So surveillance is all over the place. The West is a police state. Every Western nation is a police state and a surveillance state. It's been that way for a very, very long time. People just don't realize it. People don't notice. People are sheep, right? People don't notice. It's always been that way since the 20th century. And the better the technology gets, the more surveillance is going to be all pervasive. So, yeah, because they don't trust their citizens. Yeah. Social credit, I am not sure about social credit in the US, but yeah, surveillance state, social credit, it all goes hand in hand. It's all about control everybody. So the West is not truly democratic. It's only masquerades as a democracy. It's an autocracy, actually. Very autocratic. But yeah, as long as you operate within the parameters of the autocracy, you will be given high quality living standards and so on. So that's why the West seems to be great. Why does India lose propaganda wars while other countries succeed? Look, the West is the master of propaganda. The West has decided now that India must be contained. The West controls the media. The West controls all the social media platforms. And if they control it, you will always lose. You will always lose. That's why India loses. India doesn't have its own media and its own social media platforms. India has media, but they parrot the West. Not a single Indian journalist that I am aware of has original thinking when it comes to geopolitics. Everybody is now a geopolitics expert. All the news readers are now considered to be geopolitical experts. None of them has any original thoughts. So that's why we lose the propaganda war. When our own media amplifies Western narratives and anti-Indian narratives, we don't have any BBC or CNN of our own. So then what do you expect? We will lose every propaganda war. UMXG says, when will you develop your kernel? I don't think I will ever develop a kernel. I don't have the time to do that. And my software skills are super rusty now. I haven't used those for a long time. Should I develop a kernel? That's a big project. That takes time. Interesting. Let me think about it. It certainly will be valuable. Okay. Thank you for the suggestion. I'll seriously consider that. Biju Saika says, with due respect, according to my observation, communists are stupid. Socialists have some brain, but still don't have vision. My views. What are my views? Look, what are my views? Look, even reasonably intelligent people become communists, right? I would say communism is actually a brilliant tool. It's what is the objective of communism? I'll explain what is the purpose of communism. The purpose of communism is a socio-political toolkit. Okay, communism is a socio-political toolkit, and the purpose of communism is to acquire and retain political power and put that in the hands of a very small number of people. So how this is done is by recruiting foot soldiers who are told that you have been oppressed for generations and these are your oppressors, go kill them. That's a communist revolution. And then when they start following you and do all this, you acquire the power. So communist leaders are typically super charismatic people, and they understand how to control power. That's what communism is. So the foot soldiers who become enchanted with the ideology, they typically are average intelligence people, and so on. So that's my views about communism. Rush God says, have you seen the new Avatar Fire and Ash movie? I haven't seen it. I saw the first movie back in 2009. It was a very interesting experience, 3D. 3D was new at the time, and the movie was decent. The second movie was kind of visually stunning. The story was boring. Third movie, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll see it. Maybe I won't. But I haven't seen it yet. Swami says, thank you so much. Watching since April 2022. Learn more than school. Thank you so much. That's the nicest thing you could say about me. Yeah. That's the reason I do it. Hopefully you all learn something, or at least learn how to think differently, learn how to question. So thank you so much, Swami. Thank you so much. Manav Patel says, I'm 25 and I'm in the US on a student visa. I'm returning to India in June 2025. Or 26. Okay, you're returning to India in June. I'm unable to get a job here in the US, and I've started doubting myself. How to overcome this feeling of being a failure and start all over again? See, you have to remind yourself that getting a job is not entirely in your hands. There are certain outcomes in life that are not entirely in your control. What things are in your control? What's in your control is how hard and how well you study and how well you perform in exams as a student, right? As a student, that's what you can control. So you can control your schedule, your routine, your study habits, your discipline, all those things you can control, and that's the best you can do. So once you do all that, you study really hard, you've done everything, then you have to perform well in an exam, and that performance is no longer in your hands. You may write all the answers correctly, etc., but it depends on how your teacher or professor will evaluate that, and that's going to be up to that person, and they may have biases or not. So now it's no longer in your hands. Of course, if you perform tremendously well, then it's really hard to give you poor scores and all, but you may still not get the scores you deserve. So that's not in your hands. And then if you study really well, you know everything, but your professor grades you lower than what you deserve, then is that a failure on your part? It's not, right? It's not. It was not in your control completely. Once again, when it comes to getting a job, well, if you're a job seeker and you send your resume, etc., and you may prepare really well for interviews, etc., but if the company where you're applying has certain criteria that you don't meet, then that's not in your control. Once again, there may be hidden criteria too that you're not aware of, right? So my point is that should not make you doubt yourself. there are things you can't control. There are outcomes you can't control. So you overcome the feeling of being a failure by first of all understanding this, that if you don't get a job, it doesn't mean you are a failure. It means that those people, they wanted something else, right? And to completely overcome the feeling of being a failure, you have to succeed in something at some point in time. And the sooner you do it, the better it is for you. Um, so how do you succeed? You apply to multiple companies. Maybe there's a strike rate, of maybe 4%, let's say hypothetically. So if you apply to 100 companies, you will succeed, get through in 4. But if you apply to only 4 companies, there's a high possibility you won't get a single job. So you have to maximize your chances for success by understanding the odds, understanding the percentages, and and adjusting up accordingly. So think about this logically. Keep your emotions out of it. It's not easy, I know that, but learn to dissociate your emotions from your logical thinking, and understand that this is not entirely in your hands. So this doesn't mean you're a failure. All right. So Manav, I wish you the best. Do well. I hope you succeed at the earliest, and do your best for that. Thank you. VSVS says, I wish Ritvik, my man, would send his UPI ID. He really deserves a treat from our side for what he has done. Jai Shri Ram. Yeah. I mean, truly proud of Ritvik. Very, very, very courageous young man, indeed. Kiki Sushant says, for science. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. For science, indeed. Appreciate it very much. Sushant, thank you. Seneca says, did you see Javed Akhtar versus Mufti debate on atheism versus theism? No. This matter doesn't interest me at all. Atheist versus theist and the debate doesn't interest me. So I agree that science is very different from mythology and religion and should be kept different. Yeah, science is totally different from these things. There are all these debates which are, I'm sure, very interesting. But my interests are elsewhere. I personally am not into these debates. So, and you know what? I am interested in the truth about the universe, about the world. I'm not interested in who wins a debate based on how well they answer questions and how well they outwit the other person in verbal jousting. That's not something that interests me specifically. I'm sure it's interesting to a lot of people, but not for me. So I haven't seen this. And yeah, that's all I'll say. Abhirup Sarkar says, how do you think the perfect partition of India should have been, both geographically and in managerial terms in 1947, if inevitable? If I had been there, I would have been completely against partition. I would have insisted no partition. We have issues, religious issues, whatever. We will deal with them internally. That's what I would have said. There is no perfect partition of India. Indian territory should never have been given up. So, yeah, that's how I see it. There are many people who will disagree with me. There are people who will say that if we had not partitioned India, then maybe 40% of India would have been Muslim. Let's say that's what some people say. Well, what's the Muslim population percentage of India today? I don't know, when was the last census? 2011? Why hasn't the census happened recently? I mean, COVID is done now, right? Yeah, so anyway, my point is, we are anyway living with our Islamic citizens, right? As long as there is strong leadership and strong law and order, there'll be no issues. India should never have been partitioned, is how I see it. I would not have agreed to a partition ever. VSVS says, sir, was Freud an intellectual simp turning everything into mom and dad and siblings? I don't know. Yeah, Freudian theory is all weirdness, right? Everything is mom and dad and siblings, and yeah. So I haven't really studied Freud in detail. I'm aware of the contours of his theories and all. Was he an intellectual simp? I'm not sure. Look, his theories are outdated and unscientific, actually. Yeah. But a lot of people still put a lot of weight into Freudian analysis and stuff, which is actually unscientific. And yeah, was he an intellectual simp? He was not an intellectual. What is a simp, by the way? Let's Google the definition of simp. Simp definition. Definition: a silly or foolish person, simpleton. Okay, a simpleton, intellectual simpleton. I think he was not an intellectual simpleton. He was pretty profound intellectually, I'm sure, but his theories were wrong. Yeah. VSVS says, why do planets get ejected from the solar system? From solar systems? Because of gravitational dynamics and mechanics. Yeah. See, to condense it down to the very fundamentals and basics, a planet gets ejected from a solar system when it acquires a velocity that exceeds the escape velocity of its parent star, of its host star. Okay? That's when a planet gets ejected from a solar system. And that happens through gravitational dynamics. Okay, Arnav says, thoughts on the moon landing. Did it really happen? My thoughts are that it really did happen. And I've explained this in detail in the past many times. See, when we know the US spent a significant portion of its federal budget, like, I don't know, 5-6%, I don't know, big chunk of its federal budget for several years on NASA. We know that they built all these gigantic launch facilities. They trained all these astronauts. They built all the rockets, massive rockets. We know they launched rockets. So they may as well put people there and send them to the moon, right? So I believe that they actually did do the moon landings. Okay. Aryan says, plan on making videos explaining physics with AI. I haven't such plans yet. Physics with AI. You know, I'm not a big fan of AI videos that use AI. It just looks fake. And when I read text that is written with AI, I can immediately tell if it's written by AI. You can tell. So I'm not a big fan of using AI in creative work. I'm not a big fan of that. So if I do make videos explaining physics, I will not use AI in that. I promise you that much at least. VSVS says, question by Puken Sign. Is it wrong to have kids since it imposes unnecessary suffering on the person being born and giving birth? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It is not wrong to have kids. It is right to have kids. Everybody undergoes suffering at some point in life. But life gives you a lot of pleasure, a lot of joy as well, a lot of meaning. You can create things. You can make the world better also, can't you? You should not look at the world only from a negative perspective. There is a lot of happiness and positivity in life. Of course, there is some suffering sometimes. Why would you expect that the child will only have suffering? Raise the child right. Give the child everything he or she needs to succeed. And then let the gods decide what happens. They'll be good, they'll be bad. That is life. But it's not all suffering. It's not that way. Please, let's not be negative. All right. Sahaj Dang has become a new member. Thank you very much, Sahaj. Welcome to the membership. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I really appreciate it. Thank you. VSVS says, question by Pax Shield. How fast does two bowling ball need to travel towards each other and their collision creates a black hole? And how massive will that black hole be? How fast, if you collide two objects fast enough, could they? Yeah. So definitely. How fast will that have to be? Well, for that, I'll have to do some calculations. I can't just tell you right now like this. I'll have to put pen on paper and work out this thing. Don't have an answer immediately for you. I'll actually have to work it out, pen on paper. So yeah, how about Okay, I'll take a screenshot of this question, and in the next live stream, how about I answer this question? Yeah. Okay, I'm right now taking a screenshot of this question, and I shall now save it to a folder. One second. Okay, I shall now save it, and in the next live stream, I shall answer your question after working it out, after doing the calculations. All right, I'll do that. VSVS says, Jai Shri Ram. Well, Jai Shri Ram to you, sir, and to everybody else. Question by Ocean Gupta. Does our 0.0035% visual window render our scientific understanding a narrow provincial delusion? 0.0035% visual window. What is that? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Let me Google if that makes sense. 0.0035% visual window. Okay. The tiny portion of the entire electromagnetic spectrum that the human eye can perceive. Okay, that's what you're talking about, visible light. Okay, so we can perceive a very tiny sliver of the electromagnetic spectrum. That's what you're talking about. Okay. Does that render our entire scientific understanding a narrow provincial delusion? Absolutely not. Because in today's day and age, we don't rely on sight to make observations. We have instruments that capture electromagnetic radiation for us. We can detect ultraviolet rays, ultraviolet light, ultraviolet photons. We can detect infrared photons. We can detect photons that are very near absolute zero. What is the temperature of CMBR, cosmic microwave background radiation? What's the energy? It's about 2.5 Kelvin, right? 2.7 Kelvin. CMBR temperature. CMBR energy. Temperature. Come on. Yeah, 2.7 Kelvin. Okay. CMBR photon wavelength. Yeah, what's the wavelength? The equivalent wavelength. It's about 1.9 millimeters. We can't see those photons. No way we can see those photons. But we know they exist. We can create detailed maps of the CMBR in the universe. Let's see. Okay. CMBR map. There we have it. How do we know this? We can't see this. We can't detect these photons through our, I mean, our retina can. No, it can't. We can't detect those photons visually. But we have made super detailed maps of the distribution of these photons. So the visual window has no effect anymore in today's day and age on our scientific understanding. VSVS says, a question by Bijay Bhaskar Hota. How Ved King restricted Ikshvaku clan Bharata and the shift to Narmada River only? Yeah, can't recall right now. Yeah, can't recall right now. Sorry. VSVS says, simp is someone who can be a servant to get a girlfriend. Girlfriend, is it? Oh, okay, that way. All right. Okay. Seneca says, tell me 3 books everyone should read, and also any book, how to study, grasp, and keep the stuff in your brain. Lastly, I think you were Indian. We all going people needed. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. 3 books everyone should read. Everyone should read. Everyone. 3 books everyone should read. These questions always stump me. Because I've read so many books, I can't even remember the names of the books. And if you ask me to just recommend 3 of them, and that too for everybody. I don't know. I'll say read the Bhagavad Gita, the Ramayana, and the Mahabharata. Maybe that's the right answer. Maybe. Obviously, it doesn't cover everything, but no book covers everything. So, okay, read these three. Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much. UMX G lol haha says in Elon Musk's company, developers were asked how many lines of code they wrote, and if it wasn't enough, they were terminated. Linus Torvalds, such sort of metrics, anyone who believes that doesn't deserve to work in technology thoughts. See, Elon Musk's company developers were asked how many lines of code they wrote, and then the code was evaluated for quality. It's not like if you don't write 3,000 lines of code every day, you are terminated. No. You have to write a certain amount of code every week, but then the quality also matters. So it was not merely quantity. You can write 20,000 lines of code in a week, but if it is all garbage, then what's the point? So it's not just quantity, it's also quality. Elon Musk is not crazy. He's not stupid. He has very high expectations from his employees. He is not an easy boss. You think he will achieve all the things he has achieved by being a very nice, gentle, pampering boss? No, absolutely not. He's ruthless. If you want to achieve his level of success, you have to be like that. That's just the way it is. So I am kind of aware of how Elon Musk has done things. I've read a couple of his biographies. I've read the biography by Walt Isaacson, and there's another biography of his that came out before that I also read. So I'm kind of aware of how he operates, and well, you may like it or dislike it, but it gets things done. So it is what it is. Okay, VSVS, Jai Shri Ram to you, sir. Thank you, Jai Shri Ram. VSVS once again says, question by Real Painter. Excuse me. Why did you say last time it's too late to marry at the age of 30? Look, it's not too late to marry even at the age of 70. If it works for you. My point is, the earlier you have children, the better it is for you and the children also. But I know that in the present day and age, you will not have enough money potentially at the age of 23 to be able to sustain a spouse and eventually children. I know the Indian economy and the current system is such that it's very hard to do that. But in an ideal world, you should get married as early as possible and have children before you're 25. In an ideal world, under ideal circumstances. But it's not too late. I've not said it's too late to marry by 30. When did I say that? I said ideally you should marry as early as possible. Not at the age of 7. When it is legally allowed to marry. That's what I've said. It's not too late to marry even at the age of 70 if it makes you happy. But you won't be able to have kids then, but whatever works for you. Okay, VSVS says, question by Nungma Droni. How to have understanding of physics? I'm sure you learned this long ago, but you still remember and you us or tell us roadmap about physics. Thank you, and cool hairstyle. Thank you for my cool hairstyle. How do you understand physics? Well, if you want to learn physics, see, there's a difference between understanding something and learning it properly. Understanding, I can explain to you what a black hole is through words. So you will understand, hopefully, to some extent. But you won't really understand why it is the way it is. I can give you analogies and all that, metaphors. That's how you typically do popular physics. But if you want to actually learn physics, you have to do it step by step. You have to start with the mathematics. Without mathematics, you won't be able to learn physics properly. So you need a solid foundation in mathematics. Now it depends on what kind of physics you want to learn. First, you will learn classical physics, Newtonian physics. So for that, you will need basic arithmetic. You will need algebra, trigonometry. You will obviously eventually need calculus, integral and differential and integral calculus and differential equations. Eventually, going further ahead, you will need linear algebra, or you will need matrices and vectors and tensor analysis, tensor calculus eventually. So you need the mathematical toolkit based on what you are studying in physics, and then you have to do it step by step. You start with the very basic Newtonian physics, and you learn it step by step. So that's kind of how you do it. A roadmap, it'll take time to explain, but that's how you do it. You build a solid foundation, and you then build one floor at a time in the building. And that's how we do it. Okay. Seneca says, I don't like your 3 suggestions. Then be specific about what you're asking me, right? Book students and young people should read to learn how to learn, study, and learn how to think. Okay, now you are being a little more specific. If you ask me to recommend 3 books for everyone, so book that students and young people should read to learn how to learn. I don't know any such book. Study to learn, study, and learn how to think. Do I know any such book? See, in case you are thinking that I learned how to think by reading books, it's not the case. I have not learned how to think and how to process information by reading books. That is something that I suppose has come with the package. I have not had to study how to think. Okay, what is the right way of thinking? How to structure your thoughts? How to learn things? I have not read any of these books. I don't think I know any book that will teach you these things. Maybe such books exist, but I don't know these books. Nobody ever taught me, ever taught me how to think. No book I read has taught me how to think and how to learn. So I don't know such books, sir. I'm really sorry, but I don't know such books. If I'm able to think, if I know how to learn, I suppose I discovered that by myself, or maybe I just was born knowing that. So I'm really sorry, but I don't know such books. I'm sure such books may exist. Critical thinking book. Is there any such books? I don't know. Sorry. VSVS says Ram 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 Ram. Indeed, sir. Ram Ram Ram. Indeed. VSVS says you should do a meme review or meetup. Meme review. Meme review. That's an interesting thought. Where do I get memes from? I'll think about it. I'm sure there must be some way of doing a meme review. Meme review about what? About what's happening in the world? Okay, I'll think about it. Meetup. Yeah, we can possibly do meetups. That's also something I'll keep in mind. Thank you. Raj Putin says, please talk about Gupta Empire in detail, its extent. Well, that's a huge topic. I mean, it's one of the greatest empires that we've had. Huge topic. If I want to talk about that in detail, it will take me several hours. But look, it starts what, 4th century, 5th century AD. The first king was called Ghatotkacha. He was just a minor king in Magad. But it eventually gave us some of the greatest emperors we've ever had. So, Chandragupta the first, Kumaragupta, Samudragupta, and Skandagupta was the last great emperor. And yeah, it was a great period of prosperity, etc. in India. Extend almost the entire subcontinent. Even parts of Bahalik, Gandhar, etc. So we ventured beyond Gandhar and captured Bahalik and that sort of thing. Yeah. Monish Sabharwal, last question for the day, says, I have seen many people saying that marriage is not good anymore. Okay. That marriage is not good anymore, and they are showing many cases from both genders. Also seeing people vilifying both genders daily. Fears me of marriage in the future. Look, when you have laws that are biased against a certain gender, when you have these things, when it is possible for one gender to make a huge amount of money just by marrying for a year and then claiming divorce, when you have laws that are skewed and biased against one gender, then we're going to have these issues. So it's not a problem with our culture or civilization. It's a problem with the colonial legal system and the laws that we have today. We are still colonized. It's like we are still under foreign occupation. So that's how it is today. Yeah, today it is difficult. It is more dangerous to be married to some gold digger. It's indeed a problem today. We see so many cases among celebrities, right? Some leg spin bowler, somebody, God knows who else. So that's an issue. It is today. Yeah, it is actually scary. If I was a young man today, 22 years old, I would probably be scared of getting married. Yeah. So what do you do in this situation? You have to find the right person. You have to find the right. Either you get lucky or you don't. Either you get lucky or otherwise you get unlucky. You have to find the right person. How do you find the right person? Probably let your parents find the right person for you. Maybe they are more experienced. I don't know. It's your choice. VS says you have a subreddit on Reddit. Sir Jeshudam, I am not aware of a subreddit on Reddit. Maybe somebody created my name. I'm not sure. Abhishek Kumar Maurya says in next 50, 100 years, all Hindus will convert, sir. I hope not. I hope not. But the way things are, it seems to be going in that direction, unfortunately. Seneca says, I did not mean to be rude. No. You're not being rude. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I did not find what you said rude. I understand that words are limited here and that sort of thing. It's okay. I'm not angry or upset with you at all. It's fine. And I'm sorry if I sounded rude or angry. I don't mean to be angry or anything. So this will be the last one for the day. I got my question about books was too broad and it was my mistake. I want answer about my favorite 3 books. You know what? I will. My favorite 3 books. I have dozens of favorite books. I can't boil it down to just 3. I can't. Maybe I'll make a separate video about my top 50 favorite books or something. Maybe that makes sense, because I have so many interests. I've read so many books in so many different domains. How can I compare a book, my 3 favorite books with physics, with my 3 favorite books in something else? You can't, right? Maybe I should make a separate video about that. Yeah. And Aryan says, let him sleep, guys. So I would actually agree with Aryan. Please let me sleep now. It's been 4.5 hours. My God. 4.5 hours. This was supposed to be a 2-hour session, but you know what? Thank you so much. You asked me so many questions. It's a privilege. I keep saying, it's a privilege that people want to ask me questions. So thank you so much. I'm genuinely privileged that I have you all as my audience. You ask me all these questions. So yeah, I will end it here. This is the last super chat that I have. It is dealt with. Thank you so much, everybody. Ending the live stream now. Thank you, everyone. I look forward to seeing you all in the next live streams. I wish you a good day, good night, good morning, good evening, where you are. Take care, keep learning, keep asking questions, keep raising your standards. I'll see you very soon in the next live stream. Good night from here. Bye-bye.